Good evening, everyone. I would like to call to order the March 10th meeting of the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education. Now I'm going to go on to item A2, which is disclosure of items to be discussed in closed session. The first item is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. The second item is conference with labor negotiators. And the third item is public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint. Mr. Jordan, do we have any public comment?
We do. We have one hand raised.
Please begin the comment, sir.
Hello, Mr. Andrew Butt. You are now unmuted and you may speak.
Can you hear me okay? Great. Okay. Good evening, board. I'll make this quick. As before, I'm speaking about the item regarding the litigation with Newstrom Elementary School. And as you all probably are aware now, we've been sued by West Contra Costa Unified School District. And I just wanted to kind of go over a few things maybe that I hadn't mentioned before. Newstrom is an award-winning school, one that we're very proud of and really, aside from this setback, really enjoyed working on. This project involved a very challenging project with a, to say nice, challenging contractor and really poor management and oversight from the firm that the district hired to oversee the project. I've personally been dealing with this now for 2+ years with litigation, with countless time involved in talking to attorneys, spending money on attorneys, combing through records, and it's just a major burden for our firm. This recently, as you may well know, has been included in the national park, the local national park, which is a pretty cool thing. That was largely due to the efforts of Tom Butt. This was included in NERV, which was a neighborhood community development of which the school was the hub of a neighbor-wide effort. That was something that was really made it more complicated than any other project I think the district took on. We have a local company. Our company has been in Richmond since 1973. I grew up here. I went to about 5 different district schools. My kids both attend district schools. We're very invested in the community. Our staff, it lives entirely in West Contra Costa. We've been hit hard, really hard by COVID. Our office manager who worked on this project died a few weeks ago. We have not been found at all to have provided faulty services. We've been praised by teachers, principal, parents, and users, and this is a high-performance school, which made it more complex than others. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan, is that the final comment?
Yes, President Phillips, that concludes. There are no other hands raised.
Mr. Butt, thank you very much for your public comment. Now the board will adjourn into closed session. The board will be back for open session at 6:30 p.m. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll move on to item A2, which is the land acknowledgement. We recognize that we are presently on the lands of the Chochenyo, Wawekma, Karkin, Ohlone peoples and acknowledge them as the first inhabitants of the land we currently occupy. Now we will move to item A3, which is welcome and meeting procedures. I would like to welcome everyone to the March 10th regular meeting of the West Contra Costa USD Board of Education. The mission of the West Contra Costa Unified School District is to prepare students for post-secondary education and to be responsible, thinking, contributing members of our global society. We believe in public education as the most important function in a democratic society. We believe we must treat everyone with courtesy, dignity, and respect. Provide safe and nurturing environments in which to learn, teach, work, and participate. Serve our students by working as partners with our community to develop well-rounded, lifelong learners and contributing members of a global society. Take responsibility for our behavior and performance to ensure the highest possible achievement of all students, employees, and our school community. Provide equitable and essential communication and support for successful learning, teaching, working, and participating. Respect, celebrate, and welcome the diversity, uniqueness, and contributions of all members of our school community. The board member should not subordinate the education of children and youth to any partisan principle, group interest, or the member's own personal interest. This meeting will provide public comment opportunities through the Zoom app or by telephone. To indicate your desire to speak on an agenda item, raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon in the Zoom app or by pressing *9 if accessing the meeting by phone. In order to be recognized to speak, your hand must be raised before public comment begins for the item. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. If you need translation services, they are available for you. Please click the globe icon at the bottom of your screen and select the appropriate language. Mr. Duffy, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes. President Phillips.
Present.
Trustee Clerk Smith Folds.
Here.
Trustee Reckler.
Good evening, President.
Trustee Christian.
Present.
Trustee Gonzalez.
Present.
Student Trustee Leung.
Present.
And Student Trustee Emiliano.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the roll call, Mr. Duffy. We're now going to move on to item B5, which is report ratification of closed session.
Yes, we have a report out tonight from closed session. And that report out is: in closed session, the board took action to issue a notice of non-reelection to probationary certificated employees identified by employee numbers 103,556, 150,736, and 151213 pursuant to Ed Code Section 44929-21B, effective at the end of the 2021 school year, and directed the superintendent or designee to send out appropriate legal notices. The roll call vote was as follows: 3 ayes, Reckler, Gonzalez, Hoy, Phillips, 2 nays, Smith Folds, Christian. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We're now moving on to item B6, which is agenda review and adoption. Board, is there anyone who would like to take something off of the consent calendar?
I would like to take off Teach for America so we can discuss it.
Okay. Does any other board member have something they want to take off of the consent calendar? Okay. I would like to take item C3 off of the agenda, not the consent calendar, off of the agenda. So can I please have a motion to take item, well, let me change that. Let me say that differently. Can I please have a motion to, no, again, I don't know where my mind is right now. Board members have said what they want to see. I'll ask for a motion a little later. Do we have any public comment on the item?
Sorry, there's one hand raised at this point.
Okay, so I apologize for that little blooper that I just
There
had.
are no hands raised for this item.
Okay, if there is someone who would like to make public comment on this item, which is essentially items that are on consent, you can. So please raise your hand if you would like to do that. Okay, so nobody.
No hand. Wait, one hand just came up right as you said nobody, sir.
Okay, please let that person speak.
And a second hand came up as you said speak. So that's it. The first speaker is Miss Dumar. You may unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. So I am talking to share my experience and endorsement of renewing the Teach for America contract. So I wanted to tell a little bit about my experience. I am a second career teacher that was taken on by Teach for America, which allowed me the experience to transition from corporate to the classroom, a pipeline of educators that I believe Teach for America has a knack for recruiting and bringing in. I think this experience in the classroom has been tremendously impactful for both myself and my students. The second key I would like to point out, or second point I'd like to make with Teach for America, is I've been lucky enough for the last 3 years to work on their staff for the summer to see the program Summer Institute transform each year to better equip our educators that we are putting into our classrooms in West Contra Costa. So those two things together are just a few of the things I think should be considered when renewing the Teach for America contract. Thank you.
Before I do the second one, the Teach for America, because it was moved, it will actually come up as its own item and comments would be then, it wouldn't be now. There was one other hand that was up when this came. And so Zalon Harrison, you may unmute.
Yeah, I was going to ask that question because I didn't want to speak to that. I want to speak to C3. I want to make sure that I was speaking to that. And I think that's for a hub, right?
Yes, this is appropriate to speak to that one.
Okay, yeah. And I'm just, my thing is that I'm talking to the community a lot and Black parents, and we need help. I don't know what's going on with the hubs and how we're planning to be open. And I think we're going to talk about that tonight. But I definitely I know in the Black community, the district is struggling with ways to reach our Black families, and our Black families is struggling with ways to engage the district and address some issues. Yes, a minimal amount of this is getting done, but not enough. So I don't know if that will make a decision, but I just would like for resources for Black families to be made top priority, because our kids are failing below all the kids in this district. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, President Phillips.
Thank you very much. The board members have made their statements. I am asking for a motion to adopt the agenda with the following changes. C3 removed from the agenda and C6 moved to an action item on the agenda.
Point of order.
Yes, ma'am.
President Phillips, can they be agendized separately, please? Can we vote on them separately?
Sure. You're saying you want like to vote on C3 and then vote on C6?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So can I have a motion to take C3 off of the agenda? Okay, there's no motion to take C3 off of the agenda. Then I am pulling C3 off of consent for a discussion. So there really is no reason now to vote on anything separately, because every board member has the right to pull whatever they like off of the agenda. So can I have a motion to approve the agenda with item C3 and item C6 taken off of consent to be discussed at a later time in the meeting?
So moved, President Phillips.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. On to the vote. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy,
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Mrs. Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
Mrs. Smith-Folds,
Smith Folds, yes.
Mr. Christian,
Christian, yes.
and Miss Emiliano.
Emiliano, yes.
Mr. Leung,
Leong, yes.
Mr. Phillips, yes. So the agenda has been approved with the changes stated. Now we are going to move on to approval of minutes. We have minutes for February 22nd, 24, 26, and March 3. Do any board members have corrections to the minutes? Okay, I don't see any corrections to the minutes. Is there any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment.
Okay, can I have a motion to adopt all of the minutes?
I move to adopt as presented with no corrections.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. On to the vote. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
and Mrs. Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
Mrs. Smith-Folds,
Smith Folds, yes.
Mr. Christian,
Christian, yes.
Miss Emiliano,
Emiliano, yes.
Mr. Leung,
Leong, yes.
Mr. Phillips, yes. The minutes have been approved. Thank you very much. Now we are going to move on to item B8, which is Disability Awareness Month. Mr. Duffy, I'm going to ask you to read the resolve clauses of the resolution only.
Yes, I'm just pulling that up. So therefore, be it resolved on March 10th, 2021, that the West Contra Costa Unified School District Board of Education proclaims the month of March 2021 as Disability Awareness Month and encourages all of its schools to commemorate this occasion with appropriate instructional activities. And be it further resolved that the Board of Education directs that suitable prepared copies of this resolution be distributed to all schools and offices in West Contra Costa Unified School District.
Thank you very much, Mr. Duffy, for reading that. Do we have any public comment on this item?
We do have two hands raised. The first one, and I'll remind folks in the future, please have a first and last name, is Maya. You may unmute. Okay, moving to the second one, Sharon Rossi, you may unmute.
Hi, yes, thank you. In light of Disability Awareness Month, I think the district should take immediate action to provide in-person services to children who have special needs and learning disabilities. The district is not meeting its obligations to provide these services. Other districts, including LAUSD and all surrounding districts, are now providing in-person services to these children. It is critical that you meet these needs. We cannot wait until summer. Children are losing ground. Early intervention is key. Everyone knows that. Please do something. A proclamation without action, such as providing in-person learning, is just an insult. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Board, we're on to discussion. Can I have a motion to adopt this resolution?
I'll move.
I'll second.
It's been moved by Mrs. Reckler and seconded by Mr. Gonzalez Hoy. Board, is there any discussion? I see your faces. No. All right, on to the vote. Mr. Gonzalez Hoy
Gonzalez Ho, yes.
and Mrs. Reckler
Reckler, yes.
and Mrs. Smith Folds.
Smith Folds, yes.
Mr. Christian,
Christian, yes.
Miss Emiliano,
Emiliano, yes.
Mr. Leon,
Leon, yes.
Mr. Phillips, yes. The resolution is adopted unanimously. And now we are going to move on to public comment. So folks, start raising your hands. This is general public comment, not specific to any item. So if you have anything you want to talk about that is under the jurisdiction of the district, that would be now. Okay. So Dr. Wool, please take us to public comment.
I'm not sure if Dr. Wold got on mute, but I can get us started. Don Gosney, you're first. You may begin. Mr. Gosney, are you able
Sorry, the
to?
unmute button didn't show up on.
Great.
Okay, it took a while for the button to show up. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the Citizens Bond Oversight Committee. The CBOC met just 2 days ago on the 8th. Originally, we were scheduled to meet with the bond program's financial and performance auditors, but we learned after the agenda packet was posted that they would not have anything available to provide us or even to discuss with us. At that time, we were under the impression that the board would be reviewing those these audits on the 24th of this month with the intention of accepting them. This would have meant that the board would be discussing and accepting these audits without benefit of a joint meeting with the CBOC where an open discussion might occur. This brought up a discussion of the fact that even though I've made numerous requests over the past 6 months, both in these oral reports and in writing, to schedule a joint meeting, just as board policy 7214.2 requires. Between the previous board and this current board, we've heard nothing about such a meeting with the exception of comments from board members that they don't believe we need these joint meetings. After the CBOC meeting concluded, I was contacted by President Phillips alerting me that staff would reach out to come up with a date for a joint meeting. As reported at our CBOC meeting and in correspondence with members of the board, the district is out of compliance with the Prop 39 requirements to have CBOC members representing 5 specific groups. At this time, the CBOC is down to only 4 members out of the 17 called for in the board policy. We currently have 8 applications in the queue waiting on the Facilities Committee to review them and make recommendations to the state or to the full board.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Sato Wilson. You may unmute.
Good evening, Board Trustees. This is Sato Wilson, Ethnic Studies teacher at Richmond High and United Teacher Richmond Board member, UTR Treasurer, and the President of the Black Education Network. As we wrapped up our Black History Month programming, it is still apparent that anti-Black hate speech and acts of racism continue to run rampant at our school sites. This behavior has increased with Zoom bombings, most recently during the school site's Black History Month program. To clarify, distance learning is not the cause of behaviors that perpetuate anti-Blackness. These are behaviors and attitudes that exist in our district for decades. It has been clear, and now it is clearer through incidents such as this, that this behavior can no longer be ignored. In the midst of district race and equity work, we are still facing scenarios that signal that it must be okay to make racist comments since there have not been any repercussions or consequences. The members of the Black Educator Network request that the school board works with the district to establish procedures to ensure that our Black staff are respected and protected from racist and damaging outbursts from individuals. We're requesting accountability of these incidents and any others that have led to any Black employees harm. We're asking the district to implement a zero tolerance stance when it comes to racist actions, especially in respect to its employees. We're asking that the school board meet with members of BEN to discuss what that should look like. There are veteran educators and those that have not been with us that long that have experienced neglect in these matters. We have Black educators who have had their voices silenced by the white supremacy culture that accompanies overt racist actions. We want our school board to stand with our employees in demanding we become better, we do better, and because of our students, families and communities deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Mira Roseman. You may unmute.
Hi, thank you. I didn't know if I was going to speak tonight, but did feel like in light of Disability Awareness Month, it was appropriate to do so. So I'm a parent in the district. Yeah, I've spoken before. I have 2 children, a 13-year-old who has an IEP and a 9-year-old who for the last several months has every day upon awakening described, he has said to me, I don't feel like myself. So he doesn't have the language even to understand or explain how he feels. So we've gone through the process to request a special education assessment for him because he is falling behind terribly in school. He's not engaged, he's not interested. This despite the hard work of his teacher. As I understand it, his assessment won't be completed until we're back on site. My 13-year-old's triennial assessment was not completed last year because we're not back on site. I just fail to see how the school board thinks that they're serving children when they're keeping them out of the classroom. I understand this is a scary time, but this is not March of 2020 when we went into shutdown. We know now more about this virus than we ever did before. Vaccines are available. People are getting vaccinated. I fail to understand what the hesitation is with the board for making a plan that will keep everybody safe and encourage forward progress for our district, seemingly the last district in the Bay Area to commit to bringing students back to school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Kay Bohan. You may unmute.
Hi, good evening, board members. I attended my son's school PTA last night, where the principal informed us that the plan for a return to school this fall would be a hybrid model and a potential summer bridge for those falling behind. I find this to be not the ideal solution for the best education possible for my children. I have a 2nd grader and an incoming kindergartner, and I fear that they will not get the best educational experience from this hybrid approach for the fall. While my 2nd grader and his teacher are doing the best they can from distance learning, I fear he is falling behind. We asked my son what he would like. He said, of course, to be in person with his classmates to learn, and that too much screen time is bad. I would like the board to consider a more aggressive plan for a return to school as soon as possible, given the declining COVID-19 rates and increasing vaccinations. Please prepare a plan for spring and a more progressive full return to school for the fall. The rest of the country has already opened schools. Nearby school districts have announced hybrid or full opening as soon as next month. Why is this district the only district to be not open this spring or the fall full time? Will we be the only Bay Area school district doing hybrid this fall? We appreciate you and all your time and effort around this very important topic. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Diane Buenrostro. You may unmute. And I'm seeing that something is coming up that the Zoom is not compatible. It would need to be updated. So I'm going to move to the next public speaker. It is
Dr.
Julie.
Wool.
Yes.
Dr. Wool, before you begin, who is the last, because this is 20 minutes. This is not unlimited public comment. So you need to figure out who the last person is in that 20-minute timeline.
Okay. I know who the last one was that put their hand up.
Not the last person in the 20-minute timeline. So, okay.
Understood. Okay. Next public speaker is Juliet Christian Smith. You may unmute.
Good evening, board. Just wanted to first start by thanking you for directing Dr. Wold and our representatives to go back to the table to discuss how to reopen. I think we're all happy to see that Contra Costa County is headed toward the red tier. Apparently this will be announced this weekend, that vaccinations are available and are being taken advantage of by our teachers. So we're just asking that the board lead the district in opening our schools in any way we can, even in small pilots for our youngest students. This will help, or those with IEPs or English learners. Any kinds of opening would really help work out the details so that we can fully open schools in fall 2021. Just as we've seen all of the districts around us reopening in the fall, I expect that they will be fully open. We do not want to leave the West Contra Costa Unified School District students behind. We know that you all care about that and are asking for you to push hard to make sure that we are getting this right this spring so that we can really be ready in the fall. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Nadje Tajigas, and I apologize if I did not pronounce that right. And this one is also not able to promote due to the version of Zoom. So I'm moving on to Stephanie Garcia Avila. You may unmute.
Hey y'all, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hello, board and staff. My name is Stephanie Garcia Avila, and I'm a senior and class representative at Richmond High School. I'm here today to ask you to consider having graduation on the field for the class of 2021. Our class all share one thing in common. Most of us are first generation students. To you, this might just be a walk across the stage, but to us, this is something that we shed tears and laughs for 4 years. I would do anything to share one last memory with my classmates. I want to be able to see all of my friends accomplish their one wish, walk across the stage together. If we take the right precautions and start planning this now, we can avoid obstacles that cause us not to have a graduation on the field. The student body is asking you this. Listen to their voices and needs because you are for the students, or that is what you say. Thank you and have a great night.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Jose De Leon.
Good evening, board, Superintendent Duffy. I'm doing a report out for the Administrators Association. First of all, I'd like to tell you that the site administrators are working hard to develop good plans for extended learning, which is something the administrators are able to do this along with their staff because the guidelines for summer school are clear from the district that a good plan can be formulated. There's some things to iron out with the unions, but at least the plan is in place so planning can begin. Additionally, the sites are seeing movement in creating safe spaces at the schools by adding the HIPAA filters in some of the hand sanitizers. The progress in that work is moving forward. The part that we're still worried about is that we are starting some planning for starting some negotiations for reopening, but there are no clear guidelines to start the negotiation. We really need guidance from the board and the district so that the district has a good plan for us moving forward. Parameters are very important in this process, and right now we have none to start from. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Ryan Lau. You may unmute.
Hello, board members. I was under the impression that there was going to be a general school board discussion about reopening plans, and I know this isn't typically the period where questions are entertained, but I don't see it on the agenda, and so I might be missing something, but I just wanted to get clarification on that. Thanks.
This is President Phillips. Just so everyone understands, that was initially the plan, but the board gave direction to staff last week to basically enter into negotiations with the unions to reopen before this summer. So that is not going to be a discussion tonight because we already did that.
Our next public speaker is Andrea Wildenberg. You may unmute. Andrea Wildenberg.
Hey there, sorry. I might speak up later, but I have to check on my kids. I'm really sorry about that. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is John Valdez Klinger. You may unmute.
Hi, everyone. I am a Teach for America core member, first year teacher at Montalban Manor. I wanted to speak about how important it is for us to consider renewing the contract for Teach for America for another 3 years. As a first generation Latinx educator who dropped out of school, I did not think that being an educator was something that was possible for me. I was able to get an undergraduate degree and a graduate degree after the age of 30. And Teach for America's holistic approach to ensure that I was able to be impactful in the classroom has been
Mr. Klinger, this is Board President Phillips. I hate to be rude, but the TFA contract has been pulled, so it's going to be a separate agenda item. And when that time comes, anyone who would like to speak to that issue can.
Thank you.
So our next public speaker is Zalon Harrison.
Good evening, board. I just would like to share with you guys some concerns. When we reopen, I hope that we do a smooth transition like the superintendent talked about in Marin, with allowing our children to and our educators to reconnect and get some real things done that we when we re-enter that we never done before, like the sanitizer, the mask, just giving us time to do that. And also with education, how that's going to look. just really be gentle, but get it done. We need, I'm not saying my baby will come back because she's doing kind of good at home with her mom now. However, there are a lot of Black children who do need to come back and want to come back. And I think you guys really need to get that happening and have those conversations. They need to start happening, and Black parents need to know that they're happening so we can have input on how that looks. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Liz Miller.
Hi, this is Liz Miller. I want to thank the board for their work, especially Mr. Phillips for his comments about wanting to open by April 1st. We have Berkeley Unified School District right next door to us. They're following CDC guidelines, county guidelines, and just making the equity choice for children to bring them back into school where that's best for learning. Learning on Zoom is not great. Our teachers are working really hard, but that's not the platform for learning. Also, we're two working parents. I'm an essential worker. I have to leave my house for work. We have 3 children. It's been a hard year for all parents. But a lot of times when I email the board, I get it's a complex issue. And we know that for sure, but it's time to move beyond that. And it's time to have a plan and bring them back. Our neighbor communities are doing it. They're following the guidelines. It is safe. So I'm hoping at this meeting, we're gonna have a reopening date and that it's gonna be 5 days a week because that's what is safe to do. And then also my son would like to have a comment.
I don't like Zoom. I want to go back to school. And I want to see my teacher in person.
Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Evan Miller.
Hello, my name is Evan Miller, and I'm a parent of 3 young boys. You just heard from one of them. My oldest is in 4th grade, my middle son is in 1st grade, and I have a 4-year-old who would normally be in preschool on the on-campus preschool, but that's been shut down since 1 year ago in March 2020. I'm here today to ask, first to say thanks for directing renegotiations. I think that's a really great step forward. And then I'm here just to advocate again for the board to and the superintendent to make a plan to resume in-person instruction this spring and a plan for a full return in the fall. COVID-19 is real. 1 year ago in March 2020, it was absolutely the right thing to shut down schools, and I thank you for doing that. 1 year later, we know a lot more. We know that remote learning has hurt our students and hurt our students unequally. We need to end this remote learning experiment for our most vulnerable students right now. And on a personal note, my mom is a retired California public school teacher. She started in the 70s teaching special day classes in Long Beach Unified School District, and she retired in around 2011 from Atascadero Unified School District, finishing as an elementary school special education resource specialist. And I still remember my mom talking about how the neediest of her students found her classroom and elementary school to be a lifeline in their chaotic lives. And she would tell me about how on Mondays, just 2 days away from the structure of in-person classroom time, her students needed time to reclaim those educational and behavioral gains that they had lost after just 1 weekend away from school. The loss for those students was substantial over 2 days. Our remote instruction experiment now spans 2 academic terms. So we need to make immediate plans for an immediate return to in-person instruction for this spring and plan for fall and in-person instruction. This is a goal that we all can get behind.
Our next public speaker is Brisa Aguayo Ramirez, and we have about 4.5 minutes left of the 20.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So good evening, board members. My name is Brisa Aguayo, and I'm a student from Richmond High School. Today, I am here to ask you for your consideration on having a graduation in our school's field. With the decline of COVID-19 cases and the implementation of vaccines in our community, we could make this possible by following the guidelines in order to provide safety for everyone and prevent the spread of COVID-19. We could do so by separating by academies or by having certain amount of students on the field in order to prevent crowds and, of course, wearing our masks. We, the seniors living through distance learning our entire last high school year, have been through so much that we should be recognized for hard work and perseverance in a memorable way. We did not have the chance to experience in this year as other generations, neither we experienced any of our senior activities. Culminating our last year of high school with a graduation in the field would be meaningful for all seniors who have worked hard throughout this year. I hope you can take this into consideration and see the meaningful impact that graduation on the field would have for seniors at Richmond High School. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Evelyn Cervantes.
Dr. Wall, just so you know, from when I first asked, I've been keeping the time, so this will be 20 minutes when we're done. I mean, we will have done more than 20 minutes, but this will be 20 minutes.
Thank you. Evelyn Cervantes, you may unmute.
Hello, I am Evelyn Cervantes, and I am currently a senior at Richmond High School. I, alongside my peers, will be advocating for graduation on the field. I did not go through 4 years of hard work and dedication to not enjoy graduation. The senior class and I deserve to see each other on our proudest day. This will be the last time we see each other for many of us, and the pandemic has taken almost everything away from us. Listen to what the students want. Thank you.
That concludes our 20 minutes, President Phillips.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for everyone who called in for public comment. There are other items on the agenda where people will be able to make comments as well, if they would like. Now, what we are going to do is we're moving to item C, which is the consent items. 3 items have been pulled, that's C3 and C6. Can I please have a motion for to adopt the consent calendar with the exceptions of C3 and C6?
So moved, President Phillips.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. Is there a second?
I will second that. Regular second.
Thank you, ma'am. So it's been properly moved and seconded. There's already been space for people to talk about consent. So we're going to go straight to the vote. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy,
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Mrs. Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
Mrs. Smith-Folds,
Smith-Folds, yes.
Mr. Christian,
Christian, yes.
Miss Emiliano,
Emiliano, yes.
Mr. Leon.
Leon, yes.
Mr. Phillips, yes. The consent calendar passes. Thank you, everyone. Now we're going to move on to board, committee, and superintendent communication. Tonight, we only have one communication, and that is from the superintendent.
Thank you, President Phillips and trustees, and good evening to our community. I'm going to just give a second for our report to come up this evening. Of course, so many things happening around town and eager to share. All right, thank you, Mr. Jordan. One of the things that happened on Thursday, and we'll get a chance to talk about it, and I'll be able to share a little bit of a video, a news video with you, is that the weekly food boxes that we are giving out are now 100% organic, and really, maybe that's the first in the state, if not beyond. We've been working on this for a long time, from the original pilot we had at Perry's a long time ago, just to stay deeply connected to local farmers, local organic farmers, and we were able to, little by little, create a weekly food box that is 100% organic and local and whole foods. So really, really good for our community. And I'm going to share a video about it in a minute. So Mr. Jordan, I'm going to just share this slide, and then if we could click on the little news story about the food boxes. So first, as always, just want to thank all of the staff for all of the tremendous effort every day. Our teachers who continue to do an amazing job virtually, all the support staff supporting our students, everybody who's been coming in to get our buildings ready, principals, front office, facilities team that's busy putting the last touches on our schools so that they are ready for our students when they do come back. I just want to say a big thank you to everybody for the hard work. As I mentioned, and we'll get a chance to look at a video about the organic food boxes. This is just so powerful, and hope we can continue to spread the word that the food we are serving is of really excellent quality. We can go back, please. There are our Teaching Excellence Awards are closing, and we are going to be announcing winners. And so far we have a couple of winners: Laura Garrigues from Richmond High School and Molly Wall from Madera Elementary School, with 2 more coming. This is work we do annually to honor our most outstanding teachers that are nominated by their peers. And I'll note we are still working on an end of the year all employee celebration and hoping to be able to get details out soon. Spring reopening negotiations are in process, and I'll mention something about that in what's coming, but that is in process. Summer program planning, full steam ahead. We've had a couple of news articles about it, a little press about the work we're doing, and over 80% of our school leaders have expressed an interest in leading their school this summer. So we have an incredibly dedicated set of school leaders who are committed to supporting our students in person this summer. And I continue to work with all the other superintendents in our county each week to discuss the return to school, to discuss vaccinations, learn more what others are doing, share what we're doing as we get set. And our COVID prevention plan, which is a plan that must be in place. The draft plan is posted, and you can take a look at it. It has to be in place before we return to school, and we're hoping to finalize that by the end of the week, and that would be permanently completed for our school district. So now let's take a quick look at our video.
Welcome back. And the East Bay School District is cultivating a first-of-its-kind program that it says could be a model for the state and the nation.
KPIX5 reporter Sharon Chin on the collaboration that's feeding families and keeping local farmers and ranchers in business at the same time.
Second one. Thank you. Some wait for hours as the families of 22,000 students in the West Contra Costa Unified School District line up at 15 different sites to get boxes of free food. But this weekly distribution is unique. For the first time, everything in the box is certified organic. A welcome gift for Marcos Espinosa, who's out of work with 8 people to feed.
Everybody happy because, got the food. I say thank you for everything.
Everything's here, yes. The all-organic food giveaway, the brainchild of Barbara Jellison, the district's food service director. Barbara partners with Judy Shills of the nonprofit Conscious Kitchen to produce the district's first all-organic school lunches. Now they're expanding and shifting the food supply chain.
I'm hoping that this model will be able to, be shared with, many other districts.
Since November, the government-funded program has given away more than 2.5 million pounds of organic food. That's nearly 7.5 million meals. School Superintendent Matt Duffy says it's filling a critical need.
More than 2/3 of our students receive free and reduced lunch.
Thanks for your help. Thank you.
So the need is tremendous.
But families aren't the only winners. So are dozens of local suppliers struggling to stay open in the pandemic. The program buys directly from mostly Bay Area organic farmers, ranchers, and others, like Claire Ermenjard of Marin Sun Farms and the brand Mindful Meats.
In the span of 2 weeks, we lost 57% of our accounts. We're looking at each other like, oh,
how are we going to survive this?
Then came a huge order for the school food boxes.
And we were, supposed to deliver about 30,000 pounds of beef in 2 weeks. Our whole crew was just so excited.
From onions to oranges, students not only get enough food for the week, their parents learn how to cook the items in the box. School food service workers use Conscious Kitchen recipes and post demos online.
You want more or?
And in the end, the innovative program keeps families and food suppliers smiling.
Bye, sweetie.
Sharon Chin, KPIX 5.
Look at that smile there. The program.
Well, thank you. And I want to thank all of our nutrition service workers who are out there every day, passing food out and helping and being on the front line, Barbara Jellison and everybody else who really helped continue to and continues to help improve the quality of our food. So thank you very, very much. Coming up, this Friday, March 12th in the evening, 7 to 9 p.m., we have our You Make a Difference Awards, and we recognize 16 special heroes in our community who serve our students with disabilities. This takes place in alignment with Disability Awareness Month, and it's a really wonderful, beautiful award ceremony that takes place annually. Vaccinations, I'm really happy to say the pace and speed of the vaccination program across the state has really picked up. We continue to work with county health and county education staff about vaccinations. We've received a large set of appointment codes for staff if needed. So we are now opening this up to all staff, any staff who's been struggling to get an appointment in any way. If you do need a special code and you think that can help you, we have one for you. We have gone through our prioritized groups first, but many people are getting vaccinated in many different ways. Most folks are using the My Turn site, but Kaiser is now vaccinating educators, and that is, over 80% of our staff are Kaiser members. So that's very, very helpful. So we're really looking forward to seeing just how many staff are willing to and do get vaccinated to help build up that herd immunity across our system. Negotiation sessions with all our bargaining units, they continue Friday and Monday, and we'll have an update coming in the Friday newsletter and the board meeting on the 24th. And just to make sure the community understands, if any agreements are made before the March 24th board meeting, we will hold or look to hold an immediate special meeting for approval if any decisions are made earlier, as we want to move things forward as soon as decisions are made. With that said, I'm going to go back to, in memory of members of the school community, we have 3 former school community members to remember this evening. So I'll wait for that to come back up. Thank you, Mr. Jordan. I know you're navigating a lot of screens for us, so I really appreciate it. The district would like to take the time to recognize the contributions of members of our school community who've passed away, and we request the community to submit names to be reported as part of the regular agenda. Miss Nancy Ivy worked for the district for 29 years until her untimely death, 1992 to 2021. Miss Ivy served at Richmond High, Instructional Services, and Korematsu, formerly Portola Middle School, in positions as teacher, coordinator, secondary administrator, assistant principal high school, and assistant principal middle school. Also, retired educator Ardith Billiou Thompson passed away on February 20th, 2021 at the age of 96. Her first teaching assignment was at Pullman Elementary School in 1948. She taught full-time for 40 years, mostly at Wilson School, and then served as a substitute teacher for 22 years. Family members include daughters Lisa Lipscomb, teacher at Sylvester Greenwood, Marta Dragos, retired teacher and CTA staff, and son-in-law James Lipscomb, WCCUSD Information Technology Department. Also, retiree Otilia Hidalgo, mother of Lilia Arroyo, typist clerk 3 at Cameron, and grandmother of Jose Arroyo, custodian at Downer Elementary, passed away. She retired in 2003 as a school lunch worker 1 at Central Kitchen. Our thoughts go out to the family and friends in the loss of their loved one. Let's take a moment of silence. Thank you very much. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wold. Is there any public comment on this report?
There are 2 hands raised. Our first speaker that has their hand up is Katie Brohan.
Hey everyone, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. First, I just want to say for the woman earlier who had to withhold her comment because she had to go take care of her child, I hope you just see that as a brief example of everything we're juggling here all the time. I saw on Superintendent Duffy's slide that they're working on negotiations for spring reopening. They're going to let us know the decision on March 24th, if not sooner. Mr. Phillips requested in the last meeting that parents have the opportunity to see the draft MOU before official decisions are made. So I really would appreciate some clarification from the board as to how that process is going to unfold. And then I just want to say, until now, anytime we've referenced our neighboring districts' plans, we get the pushback that our district is so much bigger, it's so much more diverse, and it totally is. And so for a second, let's forget that Berkeley Unified is going back 5 days a week in 2 weeks. You know, I have feelings about that, but anyway. But now LAUSD is the largest and most diverse district in the state, pretty much in the country, except for maybe New York City, which is already open. They're all going back in person. This is embarrassing. We deserve an explanation from you if we are not going back this spring. Spring begins March 20th. That's when the solstice is, just saying. Anyway, we want an explanation. You need to explain why you feel comfortable withholding critical services and opportunities from the children of your constituents who voted for you, while nearly every other child in this state is about to have access to these services. Thanks.
Our next public speaker is Mitzi Perez Caro. You may unmute.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mitzi Perez Caro. I'm a digital arts and web design teacher at Kennedy High School. And I want to address a couple of things on Mr. Duffy's slides. The first of which is facilities. If you're going to come into schools while teachers are teaching from school, please communicate that. Please communicate that, because right now there's a bunch of things that have been moved, a bunch of our teachers that have been highly upset by these things, especially when we're not following CDC guidelines of letting us know who and when is coming into our classrooms. Secondly, I just want to say my husband is stationed in South Korea. They have been amazing about taking control of the virus. We have not. If we're thinking about reopening, and I want parents to listen, because we're thinking of your children's safety. We don't want them to be on that memorandum of, we want them to be safe, okay? It's very frustrating. I'm a digital arts teacher, and I think it's very hard to teach online. I don't want to do this. I want to be back in the classroom, but we need to do this safely. And 2 more things. TFA has been very, very backtracking in terms of getting teachers to stay at Kennedy. So I want you to think about that in that lens. And it might be helpful to do a stack of people who are next in line to speak.
Our last public speaker on this item is Ernesto Balco.
And please remember, public comment is on this particular item, which is the report that Mr. Duffy just gave.
Thank you. My name is Ernesto Falcone. I appreciate the the reminder there, Mr. Phillips. I mean, I think I just have a simple response. Parents are obviously going to prioritize their kids' safety first. I don't need someone who thinks that we are not thinking about their safety here to lecture me about it. We all read the same scientific studies. And as many speakers have pointed out, everyone around us is reopening. Everyone around us is going back. You know, the governor mentioned 250,000 vaccinations to teachers and staff have gone out in the first week. The sooner we can get to the point where we are officially reopening, the sooner everyone can be vaccinated, and you're going to be fine. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Board, I did not ask you if you had questions for Mr. Duffy's report, and I apologize for that. Do any board members have questions for that report of Mr. Duffy? Okay, so no board members have any questions. There isn't really anything. Oh, you do? Okay. Mrs. Smith-Folds has a question.
Superintendent Duffy, can you clarify that the direction that the board gave was to go and get an implementable plan with or without a timeline? Is that accurate? There was no timeline attached. Is that accurate?
On the report out that I gave from
So, Mr. Duffy, hold on. You're being asked a question about what was said to you in public closed session, and that
No, I'm not asking. I'm asking about the slide that said spring negotiations. I'm asking a clarifying question that it had no timeline attached. The direction that was given had no timeline attached.
Okay, so again, it may be related to a slide, but what is being asked is whether the direction that was given to Mr. Duffy in closed session had a timeline attached to it. And that is not appropriate. Because it was closed session. Are there any other questions from board members? Okay, so there are no other questions from board members. We generally do not discuss people's reports or his report. So I'm gonna go on to the next item, which is item E1, Building the Future of Ethnic Studies in WCCUSD for information.
Good evening, Board President Phillips, trustees, staff, and the community. I am Ruben Aurelio. I am the Chief Academic Officer, and this evening you're going to see a presentation with two of my directors, Director William McGee from the Office of African American Student Achievement, and Director Gabriel Chocott, the Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. And I'm going to turn it over to Will, who will take it from here. Mr. McGee, I don't think we hear you.
Okay, let's see. Is that better?
Yes, now we hear you.
All right, thank you. So good evening, Board President, honorable board members, superintendent, staff, and community. My name is William McGee. I'm the Director of the Office of African American Student Achievement, and we appreciate you all allowing us to speak tonight, as well as the ask for this presentation. As you will see on the next slide, what we are going to do is talk about the history of ethnic studies and also outline the need of what we have in the district and then how we can continue to move forward. I had presented information in the past when we gave an update on our practices for African American student services and supports about ethnic studies. Mr. Chilcott and I have had a discussion, as well as that led to some collaboration where we were able to speak with our assistant principals at our secondary level around ethnic studies and what we're interested in doing. Through this discussion, we've been able to find that we have a lot of work that's already been done pertaining to ethnic studies with the former, or not former, excuse me, with another director, Dr. Allison Huey, in the College and Career Department, who then worked with Mr. Chilcott. And so through collaboration, we've had identified some things as well as what's happening in our schools. So tonight, what we wanted to do was discuss ethnic studies, the work that's been done, and then also get some information from the board about how we want to move forward so that we can really craft the ethnic studies and then get the department that's already there to really grow. So Mr. Chilcott.
Thank you, Mr. McGee, President Phillips, and trustees. It's an honor to be able to be here tonight to talk to you about the work we're doing to expand ethnic studies in West Contra Costa. This is only a brief update of where we are with ethnic studies work in the district. I do want to thank former trustee Consuelo Lara for connecting Dr. Huey from College and Career and myself when I first started in this position. Dr. Huey helped me get up to speed on our position and process in terms of ethnic studies. This is an area that I'm quite passionate about, and it's been exciting to be involved in a collaborative effort to support our students. On this slide, I want to direct you to the graduation requirements, AB 331, that ethnic studies becomes a graduation requirement of 1 semester, and that locally developed courses are okay and integrated A through G courses are okay. And I'll speak a little bit further about where we are in developing both of those as we move forward. And now I'll move on to some of the how we're engaging in the work in the team effort. Thank you. So I mentioned the state, and the state obviously has legislation like AB 331 that was up there, and part of that is developing a model curriculum. I believe that is going to be posted on March 17th, or it's coming up shortly. I'm not 100% sure about the date off the top of my head. And so that's coming from the state, and we really do rely on the state guidance in terms of what we're doing, but the work that we're doing within the district is much more varied and deep. So as Mr. McGee mentioned, the AP meetings are one of the areas where we first talked about this. So when it first came up to look into ethnic studies, assistant principals in high school are the ones that develop and implement courses. And so really trying to create spaces to capture and spread innovation, and specifically around ethnic studies was the beginning of that, but then it expanded beyond ethnic studies, although that has been a running theme of our conversations during our initially monthly and now bi-monthly meetings. In addition, we've recently hired a secondary humanities coordinator. This is a 1 day a week position, so I want to be clear on the capacity of that particular position, in that she works with elementary literacy for the rest of her time with the district. It is a full-time position, but 1 day a week is supporting our work around secondary humanities, and ethnic studies is included in our conception of the way that we are designed as a department. Also, the district supports with course development and A through G approval, and that's been ongoing for the last couple of months. And that is with the help, again, of Dr. Huey's department, College and Career, and is a collaborative process between that department and my Department of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. And then support with training, policy, et cetera, just all the pieces that it takes to get a course up and running and to implement it in an efficient and supportive manner. So speaking to the sites, as I said, the AP meetings and sort of driving some of that work forward. Currently, there are 7 out of 9 high schools have ethnic studies. I wrote down 8 out of 9 next year on this presentation, but since I created this presentation, we've actually added 2 more courses, and now we're in line to have 9 out of 9 schools, high schools, having ethnic studies beginning in the fall of next year. So that'll be all of our schools. There also are 15 distinct ethnic studies courses across the district, which I'll speak to in the next slide. So if you look, this is in our current course catalog, which means these are classes that are currently being offered. So you can see African American literature, ethnic studies, literature of the African diaspora, literature and identity, Mexican American literature, are standalone ethnic studies courses. Also, we are working hard to implement a model of integrated ethnic studies. So ethnic social justice and modern world history takes the place of the 10th grade history curriculum. And this is reworking our traditional history model while still addressing the standards that are important, but really trying to work through inquiry and equity and inclusion in the way that we're representing the history of our world. U.S. history and ethnic studies is the same. It is looking at United States history through the lens of all the ethnicities that make up our country, and being really mindful that our history, and this is coming from somebody who was both a middle school and a high school history teacher, has often focused on white history and Western history, and that we need to make a change to really be representative of all the cultures that make up our country and our community. Next, oh, I have a pause in mine. And the courses that are going to be added. So we are adding Chicano Studies and African American Studies, Educational Justice 1, and we're planning to add integrated courses to Kennedy High School, Hercules High School, El Cerrito High School, and De Anza High School. This is a big shift. There's a lot of additions, there's a lot of work that they're doing on the sites to really be able to support all of their students. That being said, we need to continue to expand. This is great. I'm glad I can come up here and talk about all the hard work that's happening to bring in more classes that are representative of our community, and how we embed representation and inquiry into our courses. But we expect more. So as I stated already, there were 2 additions last week. There will probably be more in the next couple of weeks as we are expanding high school offerings. But we need to keep engaging in this work. As Mr. McGee said, this is a collaborative effort, and we're really trying to work to highlight our areas of need as well as our capacity to be able to drive this forward. Next slide, please. And with that, I will pass it off to Will, who's going to talk a little bit about some of his the research that his department's been doing and how we are looking to move forward. Thank you.
And so, like Gabe stated, we've looked into various districts that are doing some of this work. Also, as he mentioned, the California Department of Education, the state board, has really been looking at ethnic studies as an adopted curriculum. So they're on their 3rd version. They are actually taking that back. There was some discussion around that. And so what we're looking at is how do we integrate that into our district? Also, as Gabe stated, this is a very collaborative effort. I was able to attend the AXA Symposium, the Association of California School Administrators or Association, last Saturday, and there was a presentation from a district who has an ethnic studies department, and they spoke about the work, the reason, and the why. And one of the things that our students who attended that stated was that they don't have the opportunity to learn about themselves, and this is why it's important. And so we do need to expand it. We need to really figure out how it is through the college going culture and working with the college and career department, we can do that. Again, there are various districts that have done that work. Because of the connection that Gabe had made with me and our assistant principals, one of our assistant principals connected us with Berkeley Unified, who has an African American Studies department. And so that's the type of stuff that we're looking at doing. And then not only are we looking at it for just our secondary schools, but we are looking to figure out how we can make this integrated in pre-kindergarten through our 12th grade. So then that way there's a course and a vertical alignment, and then also trying to figure out how we can get it in various disciplines. And that's the other integration that Gabe had mentioned. So that is some of the work we're doing now. And we're really looking to expand this and then get our parents involved in the discussion, holding various meetings for them. And so as you'll see on the next slide, as we begin to wrap up, as Gabe mentioned, it really is a community effort. And so it's great that we've already started talking with our sites. Our sites have reached out and stated that they want to do more work around this, whereas we're even looking at having like an African American Studies class. And that's something that Gabe and I were sharing information about and really trying to figure out. And so we want to move forward in this, and we would love to hear more information and work with our staff, with Mr. Aurelio and Mr. Duffy, on next steps as well, and get information from the board. And so I think our next slide, you'll see we'll be concluding, and then I believe that's our next slide.
I think that's the last slide I have on.
Okay.
I think that's
perfect.
it.
Yep.
So we can take questions from the board.
Thank you very much for this presentation. We are beginning our questions with Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. Thank you, Mr. Shelka, and thank you, Mr. McGee, for being here and giving us a great presentation. I'm so excited for this or to talk about it. So thank you also, President Phillips, for putting on the agenda. My first question is, what are some of the barriers that you're seeing in order for us to expand some of these courses district-wide?
Where's Mr. Chilcott? Are you there? So I'll speak, and I think one of the things, if I'm understanding your question, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, is that our sites are really interested in this. So I don't see other barriers. I don't know if Mr. Chilcott has anything on that.
No, really, honestly, we're at a time nationally where there's a lot of energy around creating more representation in our curriculum. So I would say at this point, and this work has been going on for years, that it's really about capturing that and pushing it forward. There's a lot of energy around how we support and how we represent our students. So at this point, I would say we're in a really good space in terms of that energy. In terms of barriers, I would highlight on there in the humanities coordinator, the 1 day a week, like really just the number of folks that we have to be able to push this forward. The CIA department was through the budget cuts, that it did lose some capacity, and so it's been a little bit hard to piece this together. So to be totally frank, I'm the one that's been driving the central push for ethnic studies. The assistant principals and the sites themselves have really been doing the work, but I've had to hold a lot of that. So some capacity around that would certainly benefit.
Thank you for that and for the candor. So you talked about the integrated ethnic studies curriculum, which is a great idea. What is the timeline for that you're thinking in order to develop that vision?
So it already exists at Richmond High School, and we are taking the innovation that Richmond High School has done, a lot of the work that they've done in refining this, the integrated models, and pushing that out across the district. So that's really where that collaboration, getting the assistant principals in the same room and just creating lightly guided agendas around what we're going to do, getting educators talking to educators and excited about the work, because the excitement is there and they really want to drive that forward. And I think that that's really that grassroots excitement around pushing ethnic studies and those integrated courses across the district is really powerful. They've been very powerful meetings.
Thank you. Have we also considered potentially doing some PLCs led by some of the ethnic studies educators on the secondary who are already doing these courses?
I appreciate that. Actually, that was Will and I were touching on that in one of our last conversations, just around how we get more of the teacher voice in that. In that I've been sort of in the course building zone without those AP meetings, which has been great. But yeah, I think that's a fantastic idea, just to get those folks that are really closest to the work and experiencing the work with the students in those classrooms to help guide some of that formation. So with the APs, we've talked about it, but not directly with that PLC, but I think that would be great.
Okay, thank you very much, President Phillips. That was my last question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. Mrs. Reckler.
Thank you. I don't have any questions, but I will have comments.
Okay.
And they'll be good.
I can't wait. Mrs. Smith-Folds.
No comments.
Okay.
No questions. I have comments. No questions.
I'm sure yours are going to be good too. Mr. Chris, any questions?
Thank you, President Phillips. No, I have no questions. It was well put together presentation. But I have comments.
Okay. All right. Ms. Emiliano, any questions?
Yes. So you guys mentioned before in the presentation that you're going to have ethnic social justice and modern world history, which would be like the 10th grade world history class, and then U.S. history and ethnic studies which would be like the 11th grade history class. Will those classes be limited to the students, and those grades, or would students in other grades be able to take them as well? For example, if they're implemented next year, would the senior class be able to take those classes if they wanted to?
Thank you for bringing that up. I'm going to say I hadn't quite thought through that, and that your phrasing of that question really highlights a need, that we're creating a new supportive class, and we conceived of it as replacing it for those grades specifically. So thank you. I will take that back and process and push that out to make sure that we're able to be a little bit more inclusive.
I also had another question. You guys mentioned adding integrated courses to a couple of the high schools. What exactly do you mean by integrated courses?
The integrated courses, sorry, I think I sort of jumped ahead in my explanation, but that is those history courses. It could be a history courses, or it could be English courses that are integrated into the classes that already exist. So they're taking the place of some of the A through G requirements, so that you don't have to, so ethnic studies doesn't have to be a separate thing. It can. Standalone ethnic studies courses are truly powerful, but also integrating it into our core curriculum, and that representation into our core curriculum in history or English is what I mean by the integrated.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. That was all of my questions.
Mr. Leung, do you have any questions?
No questions, just comments.
Okay, I have a number of questions. What are you guys asking from us? When I say us, I mean the board.
So I don't know if Mr. Chilcott wants me to jump in, but Mr. Phillips, so I think what we're looking at is really getting some board direction and guidance. As you all know, and as you all have said, and even our student board trustee brought up a great question, right? We definitely want this work to continue going. So we're looking to see what the board guidance is, and then we'll definitely work with Mr. Aurelio and Mr. Duffy on how to then get that implemented for the board so we can get the work done. I want to also say something I think Mr. Chilcott may jump in, is just for me thinking about the work we have to do in OASA, the Office of African American Student Achievement. I would just say that to get this done, we definitely are going to need more support. And, you know, as Mr. Chilcott mentioned, he has a staff member that's, you know, dedicated to this work. If we're going to work together and collaborate, I know I would definitely need some more support in regard to that. And I don't know if Gabe has anything.
So before we go to Mr. Chilcott, I'm just going to rephrase the question a little differently. You just said we're looking for board guidance. I'm asking you, what do you want to do? That's what I'm asking you. It's a very specific question. What do you want to do? And I'm sure every board member will comment on it, but what do you want to do?
So President Phillips, my direction to my team would be we continue to build out courses, continue to add more content to our high schools. I was glad to see that we're going to have 9 out of 9 schools with courses. That work obviously is going to take manpower to do. So we are going to be working on that. I know Mr. Chilcott mentioned the coordinator that he has holding humanities, getting that person fully up to speed with the ethnic studies. He's currently holding that, and we will just continue to push. Obviously, we do want board direction. I think everyone is happy about the work we're doing and wants to see it progress even further.
Do you guys want to create an ethnic studies department like in some of the other districts that you have talked about?
I think that's an excellent question. I would say increasing the capacity around how we can hold ethnic studies, 100%. But I'd like to hear what, just exactly what you mean by create a department, like how you would envision that. So yes, I think we need to drive that work forward, but for myself, I'd like a little bit more clarity around how you would define that.
So I don't have a definition, and we're not in discussion yet. We'll be in board discussion later. I don't have a definition. I paint very broad strokes. Um, that's your guys' job to fill in the details. So what I'm asking you is, are you guys desiring to create an ethnic studies department, a formalized department for ethnic studies? That's what I'm asking.
I don't know if Gabe, I don't know if this would be a good time, but like Mr. Phillips, if I'm understanding your question, so there is a department already, right, under curriculum instruction, but I believe what we're saying is that there needs to be more formalized support on that, Mr. Phillips. And so if I'm understanding your question, if you allow us to work on that, we will definitely come back with a plan on what that will look like. And if it is a department, then yes, so be it. That would be a department. But I know that there is some ground level work already there. And if you're saying like you're painting the broad stroke, if you allow us to talk, do some more work, we can come back to you with a formalized plan.
Is that what you guys would like to do that work and come back with a formalized plan?
Yes. Can I, and I also want to just add too that I see ethnic studies as part of a greater ed services department. We know there was a lot of cuts last year, especially within ed services. I think as I've come on board, as Director Chilcott's come on board, Director McGee, we are still figuring out how we all work together within that division. And we're going to have to look at the whole division and sort of look through reorganizing it so we can maximize the work that we do.
You guys couldn't get a slower softball. So
but
like,
I think we caught it. And I think so yeah, if you allow us to come back to you with the plan, I think that's what Mr. Aurelio is saying. That's what Mr. Chilcott is saying. And that's what I'm saying. Yes, we want to come back to you with the plan.
Okay.
And Mr. Phillips, we also want to be mindful to not necessarily add positions within this meeting. So we're trying to be really mindful of that.
There are no trick questions. I'm telling you, there's no trick questions.
I mean, I can probably speak for everybody that works in education. We always need more help.
Okay, so you guys want the board to give you the green light to come back with a formalized plan to institutionalize ethnic studies in our district. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a demand for this from our children, from our students?
For expanding ethnic studies, 100%.
Yeah.
Do we have staff members who are excited about working on this?
We do, including myself.
And may I jump in before you throw the next slow ball? Yes, because there are teachers who have reached out to say that they want to do this work, Mr. Phillips. And then as you even heard Trustee Emiliano, like, can I take it in a different grade? So yes.
Oh, by the way, I got a text saying that Richmond High School actually had already thought of that and does offer it to the seniors that had missed out on that option. So
she needs to transfer schools then, right?
Or do it virtually. There you
go. Folks, we are about to move into public comment, so please begin raising your hands. I want everybody to be able to get into public comment on this item. It's a very important item. Please begin raising your hands if you want to make comment on this item. That said, I don't have any additional questions. Mr. Aurelio, Mr. Chilcott, and Mr. McGee, thank you very much for this presentation that you have given us on today. Dr. Wold, what is the public comment? What are we looking at?
We are looking at, it looks like 10. And the first one to speak is Maisha Harris Gash.
Good evening, good evening, good evening. Maisha Harris Gash, Kennedy teacher, Kennedy graduate. If I could sing, I would sing Otis Redding's A Change Is Gonna Come, because this is a long time coming. Yes, there has, for at least going back 10 years, there has been an interest in ethnic studies and many conversations and discussions about empowering our students. And it's unfortunate that it has taken this long. Very, very grateful that hopefully people aren't going to be putting brakes on Chilcott and McGee and those others who are working on this, and give them what they need to make this happen for our students. This is a different generation of young people. I come from a generation where my Nana just turned 84 yesterday. So I've been around wisdom all my life. You know, my great aunt died at 102 years old 2 years ago, very sharp woman. I've come up around that wisdom. Our generations in recent years, they need to know who they are, where they come from our Latino students to our Black students, just all the different cultures that we have that will empower them and just empower them. So I'm just pleasantly surprised, very delighted, and just like I said, give this group of people what they need in order to make this happen, and it's to make it happen for our students. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Aceto Wilson.
Good evening again, everyone. So I just want to point out that it was mentioned earlier that Richmond High does have an ethnic studies program. So myself and Mr. Chacon, we are teaching, I believe he teaches Chicano studies classes, and I'm teaching African-American literature. With that said, great to see the presentation, but what this means is, as a school board, as a district, you all need to step your game up in hiring educators of color. And when I say color, I mean also Black educators, because these are the folks that are going to be able to teach the content, and then the students will be able to accept the content because they look like them. This is what needs to happen. So again, this goes back to trying to figure out how to get folks in the color into our district to teach this curriculum. You're not going to be able to just hand it off to someone that happens to be and say, hey, can you teach this, please and thank you. No. So again, that's going to take a job. I mean, I understand, I thank you, William Graber, for the presentation, but that job is bigger than them. That's bigger than all this. That is a district thing. That is a district thing. What are you all going to do to get educators of color into the district? And by doing so, you're going to have to do right by the educators of color in your district that exist. And most importantly, your students of color in this district that exist. So what's going to be in place for that? And again, this is a district responsibility, not just those of us that are color, but this is everyone's responsibility, every single one. Thank you.
Moving along, our next one, I believe, was just mentioned, Luis Chacon. You may unmute.
Good evening, Council. Sorry, I was trying to figure out my sound, but I appreciate y'all just bringing this issue up today and just really taking it seriously. I have so much to say, so I'm trying to figure out how to keep it brief, but definitely want to uplift Mr. Wilson's comments. And to add to that, I would say one thing that I've noticed in teaching ethnic studies for the past few years at Richmond High is that a lot of my students come out inspired to be teachers themselves and come back to our community and teach. So I would definitely urge any part of this process to really look into how we can foster that amongst young people and really support our young students into that pathway, for them to come back and teach ethnic studies in our community. The other thing I would add is we have a lot of knowledge within the district, right, with teachers that already teach ethnic studies and students who have taken ethnic studies. So definitely encouraging y'all to look into that avenue just for more of an idea as to what direction to take. And the last thing I'll say is we have UC Berkeley in our backyard. I'm sure we all have connections or networks within UC Berkeley and their ethnic studies department. So I think that's also a big resource that we can utilize in figuring out what direction to move forward with. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Alon Harrison.
Hello, my kids go to Richmond High, so thank you. But one big concern of mine is that's great that y'all doing this very, very late. I feel like this should have been done, but thank you, McGee, because I know that, yes, thank you. And I just want to say, we got to have Black teachers because Black kids can't be what they can't see. So if y'all just have anybody teaching this classes, that's not going to work because Black kids need to see the Black educators also in the district, helping them understand their culture so they can eventually have inspirations to be some of these things that our contribution to this country that a lot of people don't know about. So thank you.
Our next public speaker is Jose De Leon.
Good evening, board. First of all, I'd like to thank the Richmond High School Humanities Department. They have actually taken the time in the past years to do curriculum audits to make sure that the curriculum that they're presenting to the students is more relevant to them. Also, the Social Science Department, Mr. Chacon, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Hastings, who have been very thoughtful in putting in the extra effort to build these programs. And it has been a long time coming, and we would love to see ethnic studies as a graduation requirement. And that could come from an ethnic studies district department. And at any time, you're welcome to do a virtual walkthrough some of the teaching that's happening at Richmond High. So once again, this is really a grassroots from the teachers and the students. And it's, as an administrator, I give accolades to the work that the students and the teachers have been doing to make sure that their history is reflected in what we teach at Richmond High. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Salida Hunter.
Good evening to the board, President. Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm glad to hear this. I want to echo what everybody's been saying. Brother Sato started it off, that the first thing we need to, well, let me just say this to our board president. I was out here swinging my bat when you were throwing those slow balls, because what we want to hear is we need to establish an ethnic studies department. That's what we need to make this thing final and secure. I will also say that, yes, we do need to have educators who look like the students who are in the class. If we don't have that, I've seen it, it's a disaster, never comes out the way it should. So that's definitely something that's primary. And also, yes, lean to your parents and your students. ASAT would love to have you come and talk about this further with our parents and our students so that we can get a better understanding. There's rich history in this community that comes from your people at the grassroots, as was said before. And so if you reach out and you talk to those parents and students, you will get some good information to add to your curriculum. I will also say that when we do this, I hope that we do make it a requirement, because that speaks to cultural competency, which students do need when they graduate from high school. It's not in the Common Core, but it's something that they will need in life. Thank you for this again.
Our next speaker is Christian Vigil.
Hello, so I am a first year teacher out here at Kennedy High, my first teaching job. And, as soon as I got hired, they told me you're going to teach ethnic studies. And, I was really scared at first, but it has been a tremendous experience, just learning from students and, just talking to them, seeing the works of knowledge they produced, and also changing my views on like preconceived notions, etc. So and what I just wanted to add, right, the whole fact that the vision and direction, right, I'm usually just taking things off the internet, things that I see online, but if we had something more solidified that we could use as a district, that would be great as well. And then also, if we can also think of ways of creating solidarity, not only within our own communities, but also outside of it, right? To see how we can support other ethnic studies programs that are within our regions and to eventually, right, build the movement to create it as a high school requirement. So just I invite you all to keep following the speakers. And I really do appreciate the presentation and the fact that I feel so not only inspired, but also empowered to keep doing the work that I do, and to also, like I said, create the solidarity with other school systems. So thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Catherine Garcia. Catherine Garcia.
Hello. Hi,
Yes.
everyone. My name is Catherine Garcia. I graduated from Kennedy High School, and now I work as a community director at Lake Elementary School. Thank you so much for the presentation. Ethnic studies completely transformed my life. I also recommend looking into Contra Costa College and their Raza Studies program. That completely changed the focus of my education and what I wanted to do and how I saw myself in the world. I also think that if you get the time to watch Precious Knowledge, it's about a Raza Studies department in Arizona that actually got banned. So what the work that you're doing is really amazing, and I hope to see it grow, and I would love to support in any way I can. This is something I'm really passionate about, and I thank you so much for your work.
Our next speaker is Mariela Cuellar. You may unmute.
Good evening, everyone, community. My name is Mariela Cuellar. I have a daughter at Richmond High. I'm really interested in these ethnic studies. I think it's very important. And I also would like to request teachers that look like my daughter. I also would like to see more African Americans, but in general, it doesn't matter what race, ethnicity a teacher is. That teacher has to be passionate, has to build relationships, has to build community in order for our students to be more involved in learning. For me, that's very important. Like I mentioned before, I came when I was 14 to this wonderful country, and I learned how to speak English. It was not easy, but I learned. I had amazing teachers that I still remember. This makes me very emotional because I still remember my teachers that make a difference. And they were white, there were Latinos, there were African Americans, there were Asians. So please, just let's get qualified teachers. That's what it matters to me, most importantly. Thank you, everyone.
And so to finish with the softball analogy of President Phillips batting cleanup, our last speaker, Audrey Shields.
Hi, everyone. Good to see you all. I just wanted to add that as a person who grew up in Richmond and went to Richmond Unified School Districts and then had the great opportunity to attend Howard University, a historically Black school, I know the importance of the infusion of the understanding of people of all races and diverse races within our education system. So I'm glad that we're talking about ethnic studies, but I hope that we're not talking about one class in the 11th or 12th grade. We really need to start at the elementary school levels. I think when children are exposed to stories, ideas, and pictures of people who look like them and who look like other people in their class, and it's a diverse group, and everyone's represented, and everyone's important, and the importance is placed there, it makes a difference. If we can identify with what we're studying, it makes it all the more valuable to us. So I want to see our babies, our kindergartens, first, second grade, and our elementary school children, it can be infused into those lessons, because all races have contributed to the development of society, and nobody should be left out. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That concludes our public comment. Back to you, President Phillips.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wold. So board, I'm gonna do a little framing. You will be able to make whatever comments that you want about this issue, okay, or this item. But I'm going to do a little framing because staff is also asking for the green light. They're asking for the green light to come back to the board with a formalized plan for district-wide ethnic studies. And I'm paraphrasing, but that's what they're asking for. They're asking for the green light to come back to the board with a formalized district program for ethnic studies. So when you make your comments, please make sure that you speak to whether you want to give them the green light, okay? To come back with a formalized plan. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, you are first.
Thank you. So I just want to start by thanking everyone who called in for public comment. But I also want to thank all the principals and APs and teachers who have honestly developed the courses in West Contra Costa over the years. I know that a lot of the time having a course offered at one of our high schools really came just because a teacher wanted to do it, or an AP wanted to do it, or a principal wanted to do it on their spare time. And it took a lot of gut, it took a lot of work because they had to create the curriculum because there isn't none. So I just want to start by acknowledging that that is happening. I've been able to observe women's studies at El Cerrito High School. I've been able to observe Chicano studies at Richmond High, African-American studies in some of the other schools. And honestly, the work that's happening there is incredible, right? And I can't wait to see a day where we offer it to all of our students, integrated and then also non-integrated courses, right? To whatever students want. And it becomes a graduation, a course as well. So yes to the green light, absolutely, President Phillips. I am so excited for this. And I think that we should grow positions on this, maybe start with TOSAs, start with pulling maybe some of the teachers who have developed these courses to support Mr. Shilcott and Mr. McGee and some of the APs, maybe create a task force with all the teachers and APs who are offering these to help us think through how to develop that. That's just a suggestion for you, Mr. Shilcott and Mr. McGee. And, you know, I also, there's one more thing I wanted to acknowledge. I cannot, oh, the RHS, the Richmond High School integrated program. I did get to observe some of it. I know there's some work that has been done with the internationals program as well. And I just remember seeing how engaged the students were. It was pretty incredible. And that just shows me how this is so important, because I think that it goes into all the other academic classes and it just motivates our students to wanting to go to school. Learn about themselves, and honestly build confidence and courage that goes into all the other classes. So I believe that this should be absolutely a priority. And yes, I'm excited to move forward with this. And just an idea, if Mr. McGee and Mr. Shilcott, you wanted to just kind of touch base, maybe Chair Smith-Folds would like to invite you to give us a quick presentation at the academic subcommittee when you have something in draft form before bringing it to the full board, so we can give you some feedback before coming to the full board. Just a quick idea. But thank you very much. Thank you, President Phillips. I'm done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. Mrs. Reckler.
Great, thank you so much. So I do have some comments. The first one is thank you for being here and thank you for the presentation, and that my daughter took ethnic studies at El Cerrito High School this past fall. And we had a number of really engaging, thoughtful, deep conversations at dinner. And this is with Serenity Krieger. So if she is not on your team, please reach out to her, because it was excellent. And I learned a ton. And so, you know, we really learned throughout the whole family. And, you know, it was really great. The other comment that I want to make is that you did make a comment about parents, and I think that that's important. And I think that if we can touch every parent, touch me, you know, like, how do we infuse this throughout our entire system? I think that's important on every level. And so when I saw this tonight, that was one of the questions I did want to ask, is how can we expand this and make it the ground that we all stand on? Students first for sure, but to bring everybody else along. So that's all right. So I got that one, and then I got that one. Okay, so the next thing is, as this presentation has been going, it seems to have morphed from a quick update into a ethnic studies department. So that's been interesting to hear. And I'm not at all opposed to it, but we did start in one place and we ended up somewhere else. And what I would like to recommend to you is, I would like to see your entire vision. So take out that piece of paper and just put the whole thing down. What does the whole thing look like? And I would expect a business plan, a proposal for the board to buy off on, and it's action. Why do we need it? Where do we need it? How do we need it? How much does it cost? When are we delivering it? Who's addressing? Give me a business plan. And if you're looking for an example, go pick up a charter petition or whatever. This is why we're in business. This is what we want to do. This is our mission. This is, put it all down there. And then with that, a master plan of how you're going to execute it, including graduation requirements. Who do like if it's going to weave from kindergarten all the way up through 12th grade, dump it all out, because not only academically do they need to look at it, but from budget, we need to figure out how it's done. Is it a pathway? Is it like how many people? Just put it all down, because maybe it becomes an academy and we need to build that like we would build any of our arts academies or our online academies and all of that other stuff. So, and then a couple of comments on curriculum. The State Board of Education, I think they either finished off and approved either yesterday or today, so that's brand new. And there is excellent body of curriculum out of Los Angeles Unified School District, which is long-standing and I believe proven, and they've been using it for years. So if you're looking, that apparently is a workhorse, trusted and tried. Yeah, so I'd want to see the whole thing, and then we can figure out what the build out is, and do it in a sensible, rational, measured manner. And that's it. Thank you very much. Exciting.
So Trustee Reckler, when you're saying that you want them to bring a plan, they have the green light to vision and bring it back, right?
Well, we started with quick update and progressed. So, I don't know. I guess so. We wouldn't be able to build it out if we didn't know what it was. So,
Okay, all right. Thank you, Trustee Reckler. Mrs. Smith Folds.
I think we have a tendency to do a disservice when we tell people to do something and don't give them the resources to do it. We heard that they need the resources to be able to accomplish what we're asking them to do, or what they're asking to, however it's going to be phrased. They deserve and have the right to have the resources to finish that task. So whatever this board directs, it needs to follow up with the support that it takes to let someone do the job and the assets required of them. We have people on here who are saying this is a heavy lift. I don't have the people in place to do this heavy lift, so give me the people and then I can lift it. We have to be very aware that if we don't provide the resources, all we are doing is floating out hope that we have no intention of fulfilling. And that is unfair and is a disservice to the students, to the parents, and to the teachers, and to the people who are already doing the work. So we need to be clear and we need to be focused. And if we're asking for anyone to do something, we have to be able to give them the resources to do it. If not, it is an unfair and a disservice ask. I also want to make sure that we don't do anything for someone without someone. If you're creating something for students, students must be at the table. It's a priority. If you're creating something that teachers must do, teachers must be at the table. It's a priority. So when all of this work is getting started and the plans are being made, we need to make sure and require that we're doing what's best for the people who are sitting at the center of it, the students who are receiving it, and the teachers who are going to be on the ground implementing it. So I would like this to come back to the academic subcommittee so they can take a deeper dive, and we have the space and the grace to do that, and to bring back all the people in the room and ask them what their needs are, and then to look at the resources in the district. I don't want to contract this out. We have the people and the bodies inside this district. If we give them the space and the grace to do the work, that can do it. We heard Trustee Reckler mention some names. There's Marcella Taylor that's at Hercules High School she was a student who brought ethnic studies to Berkeley High School as a student. She was one of the people who did that. Who better to help with this project than a former student who brought it forth at Berkeley High School. We have people, Maisha Gash said, like, I'm down for it. She said it. She was like, I'm happy. We had Catherine Garcia, who just came on there today. We have those people Sato Wilson, the people who have done the work and who are doing the work. Again, we need to use the resources that we have and pay them for their talent, their time, and their experience to help bring something forward that we are asking for them to do. That's it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Christian.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. And thank you, Mr. McGee and Mr. Chilcott for working hard and diligently to make this happen, because this is well needed. And to all those who are working with you, we want to make sure that you have the resources and the things you need to make this happen. And just to make a long story short, I was a student in this district, but when I went to Howard University in DC, I didn't know nothing about my history or anything until I attended Howard University. And now, you know, it opened my whole world up. And so we need this in elementary, middle, and high school. So we need it all the way around. So let's do what we got to do. We're gonna make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Emiliano.
I would like to say thank you for the presentation and for everybody who spoke. I just would like to echo that it really is important for students and teachers and admin to be at the table when these decisions are being made, because they're the ones, again, they're the ones who are going to be learning the material, teaching the materials. So it's really important that they understand the material as well as are passionate about the material, because a student learning something from a teacher that's just giving them a book to read and not really giving them anything other than a book to read isn't really going to be effective. So it's really important to make sure that everybody has a say in what's going to happen with the ethnic studies programs.
Mr. Leon.
Oh, thank you, President Phillips. I just want to thank the presenters and Mr. McGee and Mr. Chilcott. Yeah, I really like the idea of this ethnic study program. I think it's long overdue for our schools. And yeah, that's all I have to say. Just really excited to see how this progresses. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. First, I want to thank everybody in our district, past and present, who have been working towards this idea of a formalized ethnic studies program for our children. We're having this discussion because of the work that people in this Zoom did, people who are not in this Zoom did, people who are retired did. That's why we are even able to talk about this. So I just want to hold up people because they are the ones, not the board members, but all of those people who did all of that work and continue to do it because it's in their hearts. Those are the ones that are making this possible. So I want to say thank you. I am a full support. I don't think it's a secret, but I'm in full support of us having a formalized ethnic studies program. I am in full support of us having an ethnic studies department. If that means that it's separate or that it lives, you know, within another department, I don't care. You know, you guys figure out what the best option is, you know, in your plan and present, you know, present your plan. The thing that I want to say about ethnic studies and why it's so important is because it gives, this is why I think it's important, okay? It gives people, especially younger people and children, it gives you a sense of self-worth. It gives you a sense of who you really are, despite what people say about you or how people want to make you feel. It says I am, because even if I don't know, you know, a doctor or a lawyer or a president or a king or a queen or any of these other titles that you could throw out there, even if I don't know, somebody that looks like me did that, and I could do it too. And that just gives this level of self-worth and self-esteem that our children need to make it, in my opinion, through this world, because this world is rough, and they need to have every just avenue and every positive experience put in front of them, so they know that regardless of what people are putting out about them, that they're okay, that they're better than okay, that they're great. And they know they're great because, you know what, that lady that looks just like me, she did it. So when I grow up, I could do it too. And that man that looks just like me, he did it. So when I grow up, I could do it too. So that's one reason I think that this is so important. The other reason I think it's so important is because there's a whole lot of hatred in this world. Hatred. And it's taught. It's taught to children. And if you ever look at like the Klan or other, racist groups and organizations, how do they stay alive? It's because it's generational. And racism, it's a generational curse. And the way that we can break that generational curse is to actually teach our children about other children. So they grow up and say, you know what? He's all right. That's my brother. And I know that's my brother because I learned about his culture. Or you know what? She's all right. That's my sister. I know that's my sister because I learned about her culture. And you know what? She learned about mine. And I have a better understanding of her. And I have a better understanding of him. So when I go out into the world, all of that stuff that people are talking about, hate these people and hate those people. No, 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 no. I sat in class with people that didn't look like me, but I learned about them. And you know what? They're all right with me. So you could take that somewhere else. What we're talking about right now, we're talking about breaking generational curses of racism, because we are talking about teaching people about other people. And that is so powerful. So, staff, you got the green light to create your plan. It will come back to the board. We will also have a discussion about it making a pit stop in the academic subcommittee. So they could, do what I just saw.
And budget.
So here's one of the things that I'm going to say. We have been talking about this for a very long time as a community, and it never has gotten done. And it has never gotten done because we always put these obstacles in the way, and then the work gets slowed down, and then people get discouraged. So I'm paying respect to the academic subcommittee, right? Trustee Reckler, you and I are on the budget committee together. When it comes back to the board, we'll ask all the budget questions we can until people get sick. Okay? But I want to make sure this thing gets back because I'm tired of us talking about it and not doing it. And when it does make that pit stop in the academic, we will know when it is. So I'm gonna tune in and watch. Trustee, everybody tune in and watch. But we're gonna get this sucker back to the board so we could get what basically our community has been asking for generations. So you got the green light. Thank you so much. And with that, we need to take a break. So everybody, can I have a motion to take a 10-minute recess, please?
I'll move the item.
Okay.
Leong's motion.
It's been moved by Mr. Leong. Do we have a second?
A second.
It's been seconded by Mr. Gonzalez Hoy. On the vote, Mr. Gonzalez Hoy.
Sorry, Gonzalez Hoy, yes.
And Mrs. Reckler.
Reckler, yes.
and Mrs. Smith Folds,
Smith Folds, yes.
and Mr. Christian,
Christian, yes.
Mr. Leon,
Leon, yes.
Miss Emiliano,
Emiliano, yes.
Phillips is yes. It's 8:45 on my phone, so we will be back at 8:55. Thank you, everybody, for your work. Okay, we have everybody back. We are going to go on to item F1, which is the 2020-21 second interim report.
Good morning, good evening, President Phillips. I will work to bring up the presentation tonight of our second interim. Just give me a moment to get the screen share coming. Let's see if we can get that to run. Okay, tonight I am pleased to present our second interim. We're going to try to make it brief, but very focused on the areas. This is our third formal presentation to the board of budget information. As we've talked about before, the only one that is 100% accurate is the unaudited actuals, because that's when we close the books. Everything else is a combination of activities that have occurred up to January, as well as projections for the rest of the year. We do have, after this, the new LCAP addendum, which we still are trying to get guidance on, that at this point is to be presented to the board and approved prior to us bringing the actual LCAP. We're not quite sure how the legislature is going to have us do that. We're waiting for that guidance. And so it is likely that we're going to be revising these deadlines for LCAP and budget based on the way the state has made changes. But tonight we are presenting where we are at as of January 31st and where we believe. I want to start by talking about what the certification means. We talk a lot about qualified or positive, and in the worst case, negative. But this is the actual definition of each certification. A positive certification means that when the district has reviewed its financial information, they certify that the district will meet all financial known obligations for the current year, as well as the next 2 fiscal years. A qualified certification means during that same review, the district may not meet its financial obligations in either the current year or one of the 2 fiscal years. Negative means that the district is positive that it will not be able to meet its financial obligations. So we have to assess that. And every time we talk about, can we afford something? It's not just this year, it's for the next 2 years ongoing. And this is a very important piece as we're looking through the finances, because this current year, the district received quite a bit of one-time money from CARES Act. Next year, we will be receiving some one-time money from ESSER, which is the federal. One-time money goes away in the second year of that multi-year projection. And so the district has to be ensured that anything that they pay for with the one-time money is not still on the books as being required to be paid for the next year. And so when we get to our multi-year projection, we'll talk through what that means. You've seen this slide many times. The positive is that last year, the board took action and made permanent reductions in our budget. Those reductions were hard. They reduced services, but they also reduced our expenditures by $30 million. Our structural deficit was 18 million pre-pandemic, and you'll see where it's at when we go through the pieces there. We need to continue to focus on advocacy. Already this year, the state has passed AB 86. This is the first time in as long as I've been doing school business, and I've talked to those that were around when we started with the GAN limit and other things, and nobody has ever seen a budget passed in March. There will be a little more in June, but very little. And some of the changes that are coming out buried inside AB 86 were things that are not positive for school districts that had there been more people able to look at that and have those conversations, we might have been able to get different results. And we've talked about advocacy before, but it's not just about we want this for us. It's also about being able to explain the impacts of each different decision. Investments, we're going to continue. We just had a very important conversation about an investment in ethnic studies and how that's going to change our culture and how that's going to make a difference for our students. We need to continue to have those conversations. The funding shifts is probably the biggest one. When you have one-time monies and you have to make cuts, you use the one-time monies to shift expenditures from one area to another to maintain fiscal solvency. It isn't always that you've got double money to spend. And at the last meeting that we talked about budget, we talked about the fact that we will repay what we borrowed from ourselves in 2019 to get us going, to get those reserves back to where they were. So the state is providing and still is recommending that they will give a cost of living increase over the last 2 years equal to 3.84%. That's approximately 10 million to our district, of which 1 million would be supplemental and concentration. They're providing the one-time extended learning grant. That's 20 million to our district. Those dollars are what we are utilizing to program the summer program that we've already announced, as well as what we may be able to do in the fall. There's other money in AB 86 that we're currently looking at whether that's something that the district will qualify for. The state, however, projects that it will return to a deficit as early as 22-23. We hope that that trend will change, but that's the most recent update by the Department of Finance. The federal government in December approved the elementary and secondary school emergency relief, ESSER. We call it ESSER 2 because we have ESSER this year from the first one. That is 24 million that's coming to the district. Again, that money this year was used to support sites and maintain some staff this year that we're not releasing again for next year. So a large portion of that is just sustaining some of the one-time things that we would have otherwise had to reduce this year, but there will be a little more. President Biden is indeed focusing on education. You may have heard that the House and Senate have passed another relief bill, which will be called ESSER 3. That money will last all the way through September of 2023. It will be paid in installments. What it will be able to do is allow us to adjust our structural deficit out one more year and cover expenses not only for next school year, but the following school year. So we'll be able to use these one-time revenues 3 times in a row. We won't be able to use them in year 4. And that's very important to understand as we build our budget. So these are all of President Biden's focus pieces. We do hear that part of that is more money for the states, and part of the settlement is additional special ed money. We're working to calculate that out. But as we know, we receive 24 million a year in special ed and we spend 90. So it would be nice, the more that they actually provide towards what we actually spend would be fantastic. This is a repeat slide again of the Federal CARES Act, what it did, so that you can look at what ESSER will first take care of before we look at other areas and other resources to go. So here's the bottom line for us. And we've tried to make it a little more clear. The last time we presented this, Trustee Phillips, you brought up the point that it was very hard with the one-time monies going in and out of there to determine, do we have a structural deficit or not? And so what we did with the ESSER funds, we will receive 6 million of those ESSER funds right at the end of this year. And so that is built in. So you can see where the little arrow is kind of spinning around there, that it's 394 million is our revenue, which includes CARES Act. We're going to get some one-time ESSER that will be split over 2 years. Our total expenditures this year are still projected at 390. Net result, 10.5 million won't be spent. Remember, this 6 million came at the last minute, so it never could have been spent. it rolls to the next year. We started the year with 44 million in our Fund 1 and our combined balances and 14.7 in Fund 17. The board has already given direction that when we close the books to restore Fund 17 to 35 million, which you'll see down here, to get a commitment up to 24 million. Right now, until I know all the fall through, it's 20 for sure. We're looking to make it 24. These assignments are very important. The board has also directed us to begin the planning on several new programs, such as the Trades Academy, VAPA, several other things. We are going to set aside enough money to cover those programs for 3 years so that they can be built correctly. And we're not looking for where is that next dollar to make a difference. We are funding every priority that the board has already authorized before we look at doing anything new. And so the assignments will be built to ensure that those are funded correctly as we build. Going to next year, our revenue does drop because CARES Act leaves. We have 375 million in ongoing revenue. And I purposely wrote the 375 there so that we can understand where we're at. We have several expenditures that we did this year with one-time money that are continuing. Those are still in there. And the expenditures are 399. We're receiving the second part of ESSER, 18 million, the extended learning of 20. We didn't put all of the expenditures in, but we expect that that's a $14.3 million structural positive for the year as a result of that $38 million in one-time revenue. Our reserves will maintain the 35 million in Fund 17, the committed reserve of 24. You see the assignments start to go down as we're in the year 2 of implementation of those programs. Restricted balance, because some of this money will come late, it will only be used for specific purposes, would be there to cover summer school, not this year, but next year, because some of the ESSER 2 is for 2 years of summer school programming. So we have it restricted so that it can be spent in the summer of 2022, based on when we receive it. That takes us to 22-23. Revenue will be slightly higher, but only 377. At this point, we don't believe we can reduce many of our expenditures without taking specific action. So our expenditures would be at 400 million. So there is your structural deficit at 23 million. Part of that is intentional. This whole 14 million of restricted. So our structural deficit is sitting at a legitimate 12 to 14 million dollars. It will be covered without eliminating any of our major reserves. In that first year, we still will be well above the 3% in our reserves. But as we move to 23-24, we would start to see a structural deficit return. What is not in here is ESSER 3. That will, ESSER 3, that receipt will move this negative 23 million into the third year. And at the next budget adjustment, once we receive that, you'll see that number move. We could not do it at this point because we didn't have the quantifications. Finishing up, the district has restored Fund 17. We are not using the OPEB, which is other post-employee benefits expenditures for retirees. We are paying those out of our general fund this year, just like we would normally. And we are transferring back the money we borrowed from OPEB when we closed the books on June 30th. We won't do it earlier than that because we're maintaining cash in case the state does do the deferral in June. This way, we're also going to ensure that we have cash. And we'll be talking about that at the next budget committee meeting. We will continue to use one-time funds thoughtfully to purchase what is necessary for ongoing use, but not go and create ongoing burdens to the district's budget. We will be able to meet all of our financial obligations this year, next year, and the following year. So back to our definition of certifications. While the district does have a structural deficit, we do need to be cautious about adding new expense, and we have not settled any contracts for next school year. Any of those settlements that bring forward new ongoing costs could change the certification. Under law, if we have an ongoing expense in a collective bargaining agreement, we must file an AB 1200 with the county office. They have to review it for 10 days before we bring it to the board for the board to approve. So the board would be able to make a decision if there were any collective bargaining agreements that were ongoing expenses that would change the certification. We are planning to use this one-time funding to do the biggest summer school program that this district has ever done in person. I want to emphasize we are planning an in-person summer school at almost all sites. We're working to implement the virtual school tomorrow night. There is an information session about that. We're going to maintain reserves to build the programs that the board has already approved. And with that, we are also going to continue to invest in our staff development. Previously, the board also authorized several proof of concept data contracts for 1 year. We'll be bringing back the results of that and asking to continue with one-time monies to build up our data library so that we can continue to provide more accurate and accountable data all the way through. And we'll continue to work collaboratively with all employee groups, the board, and the community to sustain those budget reductions we've made and ensure we do not enter into a period where we start to have our deficit spending increase. With that, that ends our presentation, and we will be asking the board to approve the second interim. Staff's recommendation, while we have not settled negotiations, is that we do meet the criteria for a positive certification.
So, Dr. Wolf, just so we're all clear, you're asking us to approve this with a positive certification.
That is staff's recommendation.
Okay. We are going to go on to board questions. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Wolf, for that great presentation. So when you refer to the ESSER 3 funds, you're referring then to the American Rescue Plan that passed today?
Correct.
Okay. So I got a little confused on your slideshow. In page 3, it says that the superintendent and business staff recommend that the board approve second interim with a qualified certification. But then later you asked for a positive certification. So was that just a typo? Because that was going to be my next question. Why? Okay, yes. Perfect. Okay, thank you. So you're confirming that you believe it should be a positive certification because, okay, thank you. I see Superintendent Duffy shaking yes. Okay, perfect. So let me erase my next 3 questions about not having a positive certification. Summer funding. You've mentioned obviously a few times that we're doing this very robust summer program. Are the 20 million enough to cover everything we want to do this summer and next summer, or is it just the 20 million specifically for this summer program?
The 20 million has an expiration date. It's for this summer. And we believe that not only will it cover this summer, but there will be a little bit still remaining as we build our fall plan. And as we're already in the process of negotiating that, and there may be things that we need to do one time to make fall work in the best interest of our students and community. So we are planning to use the balance of that for those purposes. It's not for the summer of 22. That's where ESSER 3 would come into play.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. And have you already budgeted for the additional resources that we're going to need in the summer and the fall, like for example, additional counselors, nurses, mental health supports for when we transition to in-person learning?
We have not budgeted for ongoing new staff because those are ongoing. When you hire an individual under our collective bargaining agreements, they move towards permanent status. And unless the board takes a substantive action to do a resolution to reduce force, they have a guaranteed job. And therefore, when we build a new budget, it becomes not a one-year budget, but a 3-year obligation. So we have not built in one-time ongoing expenditures. We do, however, have planned for one-time expenditures to meet student needs. So if those turn into staff, we'll talk about what the implications of that is.
So if we wanted to, lack of a word, purchase additional mental services for 1 year through contracts, that's being budgeted.
Correct. Or if we chose to hire and then know that there may be a temporary or a layoff or some other form, we would discuss the ramifications of making those decisions.
Got it. Okay. And I believe that was my last question. Thank you very much, Dr. Wall. Thank you, President Phillips.
Yes, sir. Mrs. Reckler?
Thank you so much. So specifically, what changed between first and second?
Not much changed other than we had a better look at what our expenditure trends were going to be. And the big change was at first interim, we did not have what the governor announced in January. Back in December, we did not expect a 3.84% COLA. We did not have the $20 million that we now know for extended learning is built into there. So there's ongoing revenues that went in. There's one-time revenues that went in that were not part of our first interim. So significant changes occurred that it cut in half the structural deficit that we saw outgoing.
And then would you be able to talk just a little bit more about the LCAP and the lack of guidance? And hopefully we're not going to be scrambling to, the state tells us something at the last minute and then we're, in a hamster wheel trying to figure that out.
I wish I could say we're not going to be in the hamster wheel. We're going to be in the hamster wheel. But we have not deviated like many districts when the LCAP was suspended, just sort of said, okay, we don't have to worry about that. We're going to take those dollars and do what we want to do. We maintained the programs that were built into the previous LCAP and the previous priorities. Those did not go away. The resources are still there. We're still working through all of those programs to ensure that they are funded again moving forward. So while we will be in a hamster wheel on the documents there, the priorities and the conversations have been ongoing. We had a very big conversation about English learners just this last couple days ago in the budget committee. So we are maintaining our LCAP focus, but what the documents look like and the process may be a little hamster wheeled. Not because the district wasn't organized. The state has given us zero guidance.
Yeah, but you know that we'll take the blame for that.
It is the nature of our job. So we're articulating, please show up on the 30th at the DLCAP meeting and give us your input.
Yeah, and they pushed their meeting out. I don't know why, but I guess because maybe the state wasn't ready. So, all right, well, let's just try and do our best to be on top of that, so we at least look as organized as we could possibly be. I'm pleased about the structural deficit kind of disappearing, but we should schedule, I don't know how deep we want to go into it now. We really do need to surface some ideas about how
Trustee Reckler, I just want to remind you, we're on questions right now.
All right, I'll skip that one. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to do discussion too, so people can say what they have on their minds. Mrs. Smith-Folds.
So now you have, it's not before you came back and said there's going to be like a whoopsie-doo in 2023. Now that's pushed out to 2024. Is that accurate?
I believe so because of the act by Congress and the way they're going to be providing those dollars. It's going to be on a quarterly basis. You have to spend it to get the next dollar. It will, just by the nature of how it's being announced, will take those dollars all the way into the 22-23 school year. And
But trouble's still coming, correct?
trouble is still projected. We'll know more in May. The natural cycle is in January, the governor and the Department of Finance say, here's what tax receipts say. In May, they say, yep, we made our goal, or nope, things have changed. What we're seeing in California is a very unique situation that the top 1% are doing very, very well financially in the pandemic. California, more than 70% of education income is driven by that top 1%. If they get the sniffles, we get pneumonia. Right now, they are feeling very healthy and cash is coming through. What we don't know is if it is capital gains and one-time benefits there, or if it's ongoing revenue that they're earning. We'll have a better picture in May, and I think truly we'll know much, much more around November, December of this year to see if this trend is going to reverse or not.
Are you planning for trouble now?
I am planning for trouble now.
Okay. And then should you not budget for what we know is going to be an ongoing need? For example, should you not budget for, we know we are going to need nurses. We know we are going to need counselors. That's going to be an ongoing need. Should you not, and here's the question, should you not budget for what we know is going to be an ongoing need?
As your CBO, I budget for the staff that we have authorized. I identify as one of your cabinet members priorities of areas that we have concerns and we may want to provide additional service, but that is a full board decision. The second we make a decision to add additional ongoing staff, we'll then make the budgetary change to that. I have projected for those needs with a one-time solution for next year. The challenge of a one-time solution is staff aren't one-time. So I've only planned on it for 1 year. The money comes in, the money goes out, and then everything's gone the next year. It doesn't quite work that way.
So you need direction from the board to say, we want 10 nurses, 15 counselors, 35, and then you will then budget that, correct?
I would need guidance because when you get into staff, it also becomes a negotiable item there. And so those are conversations that as we talk priorities, depending on what the priority is, I would either move that into a negotiations conversation or take the guidance without a financial direction and then bring it back appropriately to the board where they can then give me guidance to move forward.
With the implementation that you were talking about of the programs, you said you have enough money to implement. Do you have enough money to sustain past, I think you said 3 years?
So the plan is the board has also authorized us to begin looking at our underutilized facilities. And so the goal is to, those are a 24 to 36 month timeline till you can monetize one of those, to have those come online financially to support any ongoing costs for those programs by that time. So we're working in a very appropriate way.
So the hope is that this other money will come in to sustain what you're attempting to implement now.
Correct, because we're doing them as additive. We are not taking away a resource from any school that currently has resources to build these programs. This is something that very few districts do. They start a new program, but they rob Peter to pay for Paul. We're not doing that. We're not taking staff away. We're not taking allocations away. We're keeping everything where it is at the sites. And we're building this on top so that we can determine the true cost and make sure that we are supporting it correctly. And so we're using one-time monies for those 3 years to implement.
Okay, I have a couple of more questions around that, but I think I'll put them in an email and then we'll come back so I can have a conversation with you. That's it for right now, President Phillips.
Okay, Mr. Christian, do you have any questions?
It's on me.
Yes, sir. Do you have any questions?
Oh, okay. The question, that I'm looking at, basically a lot of it's been answered. So, and then you mentioned the properties. So, so in order to, I guess, in order to help our district, we got to look at different venues of how to bring in other revenue. So the properties, and what else do you think in mind that what we can do?
I'll go back to the advocacy slide. In the last 8 months, this district has turned a corner, both financially, programmatically, governance, leadership, program. I believe that we are poised to have our voice heard if we put our message the right direction and get ourselves into the correct rooms, that we can change programmatic legislation towards funding for public schools and use the strength of this board and of our educational community to carry that voice not only to Sacramento, but to Washington, to try to build ongoing resources for our school district. So I believe it's advocacy. I believe it is indeed marketing. I'll be bringing back to this board a request to create a marketing budget to showcase and bring individuals back to this district. And I will be asking the board to utilize some of the one-time monies to set that aside and invest. I'll be asking to continue to invest in data systems for accountability. Use one-time monies to build ongoing structural supports that will pay off, to use Trustee Reckler's term, a return on investment, an ROI. There, you put a little bit in on the front to get an ongoing piece. So thank you for your question, because it allowed me to tee that one up. Got Trustee Phillips smiling, or he's going to get me in the next question. I'm not sure which.
Okay, thank you.
Miss Emiliano.
I just want to say thank you for your presentation. I have no questions.
Mr. Leung.
Oh yeah, I have no questions either. Thank you for your presentation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I do have questions. I'm signaling to the public. If you would like to comment on this item, start raising your hand now, because after I'm done asking questions, we're going to go to public comment. Okay, so start raising your hand so you have it up on time. So my first question is it accurate that the state is projected to start running a deficit in 22-23?
Yes.
Is it accurate that we have had a decline in enrollment?
Yes.
When will we begin to see that decline in enrollment show up in the dollars that we receive from the state?
Excellent question. We are being funded on what's called a hold harmless for this year. So the enrollment that we had in October of 2019 is the enrollment that we were paid for this year. It is the enrollment that we will be paid for next year in the 21-22 school year. We will then, in the 22-23 school year, be funded on the higher of the current year, which is 22-23, or the previous year, which in that case would be next year, 21-22. Our CBEDS this year was a decline of 700 students. We've talked about this previously with attendance. There were several areas where it was very significant. One is kindergarten. Another one is 7th grade due to immunizations, and 9th grade. We are projecting some of those students will return when we go back in person in the fall. But until we see our enrollment next year, where that's at, that may change our 22-23 revenue. And you could see me at the first interim making a revision downward for that year. And that aligns to what I talked about with the state. We'll know more about their cash in November. So first interim of this calendar year will be a big deal.
So is it accurate that in 22-23, we will probably see a decline in revenue from the state due to the deficit?
Very possible, yes.
Is it also likely that in 22-23, we will see an additional decline based on our reduced ADA?
I'm going to answer this two ways. It is most definitely possible. We believe that what we're going to do and the way we're doing things, that we hopefully can mitigate that with the actions we're taking now. But as of this moment, I can't say that's an assurance. So it's an accurate statement, but we believe we'll mitigate it.
So if we receive a decline in revenue from the state because of the deficit, and we also receive a decline from the state due to our reduced ADA, all at the same time, what does that mean financially?
It means that the committed reserve would likely need to be used. And if it's a cascade effect, we would potentially even have to consider something like OPEB again. We do have sufficient reserves, however, to mitigate for that year because of the ESSER 3 coming through, anything of the sort that you're describing. But then that would make the problem very significant in 23-24. If all things go wrong, we'd be in a very similar situation to what we were when I walked in the door here.
So if we get, I'm just going to say dual, so I'm not repeating myself, dual declines in revenue, okay? Dual declines. The one decline is the deficit. The other one is decline in ADA. So we get the dual declines at the same time. You're saying that we hopefully can mitigate that with the reserves.
Correct. We talked with the county office. We also talked with FCMAT. Based on the way we certify, we have sufficient reserves to survive. The ongoing deficit would be very significant if all of those things went to the worst case scenario.
And when you say we would have to survive, do you really mean only for that 1 year?
We would be needing to make reductions for the following year.
So are you telling me that if we get those dual declines and that following year, we will be laying off staff?
We would be needing to make reductions, and so the board would have to go through that, determining where in the budget to make. I can't say a layoff, I can't say it'd be this or that, because there's a process to each of those things. And that doesn't bring into effect what staff might be requested as one time that become ongoing as we respond to the pandemic. I'll be able to provide better information on 22-23 in the first interim of next year. We'll continue to revise the pieces based on all indicators right now and the fact that ESSER 3 is coming. ESSER 3 does push the problem one more year. That's the result of that, because it's also giving the state significant cash influx to the state government budget, enough that it very likely will eliminate their 22-23 deficit and push their deficit out a year as well. So it's a doubling effect from that 1.9 trillion.
What percentage of our budget is salary?
Almost 90% pays for things that breathe.
So if 90% of our budget is salary, and we have to make significant reductions because of the dual declines, how could we possibly do that without laying people off?
I have yet to find a way other than to reduce either compensation or reduce positions.
So the choices in that scenario would be to lay off people or reduce compensation. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
Those are some of the options that you address when you have to make reductions. At this point, we do believe under all circumstances that we are in a position where we have sufficient resources to meet the needs of our students for this year and the next 2 years, offer the programs that we've already announced, and continue to offer the right supports based on the one-time monies coming through for the next 2 years, even with the double declines.
But you said that it was only for the following year that year of the double decline, but that following year we would have to make reductions, right? Isn't that what you just said?
We very likely would have to begin making reductions at that point if things did not change. This is why we recommended, and the board's already directed us to refill those reserves to protect the board and this community from having to see draconian cuts. If we felt that all of those declines were going to be real,
So
we will know it 18
Dr.
months in
Wolf,
advance.
Dr. Wolf, I'm gonna ask you a quick question
Mhm.
because I can't ask questions all night because other people got to go too. Um, everything that I just asked you, the double declines, uh, the using the reserves to get us through 1 year, the layoffs that would come in the next year, are those the reasons that we have to take as a board action to actually increase revenue for this district?
That is one of the reasons we need to take those actions, yes. We have to advocate for ourselves and not be reliant on just the state.
And that's because if we don't, we are subject to these double declines and, getting through 1 year reserves, and then we're going to end up laying people off again, right?
We certainly do not want to be in a position where the people that are providing excellent service to our community feel a risk that they won't be able to continue supplying that service.
And when you ask us to support advocacy, to be able to go to Sacramento to fight for more dollars for our community, are you asking us to do that to avoid the kind of scenario that we just played out in this Q&A?
Yes, that's why I brought it forth before. I wish we had had it months ago. There are things that I would have liked to have been able to try to get in front of that we weren't able to this year. And I believe over the next 18 months, we're reinventing public education right now. It will never be what it was a year ago. And we need the best thinkers in the state to have their voice heard. We talk about transparency. We talk about input. I genuinely believe we have a board today that brings a level of expertise that very few boards in California do. And you have staff that know quite a bit about how the system is run. We need to continue to bring our voice forward in any and every avenue we can and continue to be collaborative. And one avenue is not enough. We need to be going down 15 avenues with 15 of us, each saying a common message to make a difference.
And when you ask us to support new programs like the academies, that will increase enrollment in our district and drive up ADA. Is that why you're also asking us to do these things that you keep calling investments?
Two reasons. One, our community deserves it. I've sat here for just under 2 years and I've listened to the pleas to see us, help us, change the culture, change the way we've done things. We need to make those investments because we have a group of students that have not been able to be elevated. We have to give that hope back by creating programs that will draw students. The charter schools in our district, we have an on and off relationship with them. But one thing I looked at is there are more students attending school in West Contra Costa and the charters combined than there were 5 years ago. More students. And while we still have students leaving our district to go to other districts, there are more students attending in this area. This tells me one thing. We have students that are leaving. There are more coming in. There is an appetite and there is a captive audience right here, right now. And we need to provide the services they want, they need, and they will come if we provide it and we do it with fidelity and we don't jump ahead and overspend ongoing, just like we're going to invest in those programs 3 years, not let them falter and go, well, I have to steal from this program to make that one go. We don't implement something we can't afford and we don't have a plan to sustain it. That's why advocacy and investment is critical.
So Dr. Wool, is it accurate that you see the utilization of the properties as a contingency plan for those academies?
Yep, it's my backup plan. I hope that they grow so much that they fund themselves with ADA.
That's what I was going to ask next. Do you have any reason to believe that the academies that we have discussed, VAPA, virtual, CTE, do you have any reason to believe that after the 3 years of seed money, that those academies will not be self-sufficient?
It's going to depend on concerted, focused work together. We have to put the right teams into those programs. We have to involve the vast amount of our stakeholders. We have to go slow to build it right. Don't just build it right with the right team and support them. I believe I heard Trustee Smith-Fold say, don't just bring me a plan, but bring me a plan with all of the different resources built into it. So, I believe I heard that from Trustee Reckler. That, while we may not have the written plans every time we come forward, we have to have the vision of the plan that we're going to build the structures. So that's my belief, that if we do it right and don't rush it too quickly, we can get there. But everyone has to be ready to go together. You can't be fighting each other. And I don't mean the board, I don't mean the community. I mean, you can't be fighting about a vision. You have to get that collective before you implement.
I want to ask a couple of questions about advocacy, and then I'll be done here. Is there anyone on our staff who has the time to do the advocacy work in Sacramento or at the county?
I can only tell you, I looked at the calendar of every one of our cabinet members, and last time I checked, we were at about 17 late nights this last 25 days. The answer is no. We don't have the time to be up there full time. We don't have a full-time lobbyist. We have the time to show up quickly to present information and have our voice heard, but we can't do the legwork. We need somebody to do that.
And okay. Is there anybody whose job description on our staff is to do that work?
No.
So you're telling me we don't have anybody who has time to do the work, right?
Correct.
And you're telling me we don't have anybody whose job description is to do the work, right?
Right.
Can we afford to create a new job description for a district lobbyist?
District lobbyist would be almost a cabinet level position. That would be a significant resource there in comparison to hiring a consultant, which would be at probably not even half, probably a quarter of the cost of a full-time staff member. And that staff member, remember, only serves the district. So their reach is going to be that they only serve this small entity. You want to be able to expand your reach when necessary. So you want to have allies in multiple places. Sometimes you want to pick up the phone and call CTA and they can get you in a door. Sometimes you're calling the PTA. They can open that door. Sometimes it's CSBA. And these acronyms are Parent Teacher Organization, CTA is the California Teachers Association, CSBA is the California School Boards Association. You want to be able to have multiple avenues to get inroads, and one staff member is not multiple outroads. And that's why you bring other people in besides just those groups, because they only represent that interest themselves as well.
President Phillips, point of order.
Yes, sir.
I really appreciate all the questions, but I was wondering if we could potentially start moving on because we have 2 more items and it's 9:50. And we already discussed advocacy in a previous board meeting. Thank you for the consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. Dr. Wold, are you saying that it's not feasible for us to use someone who is on staff to do this work?
There's nobody that has the time to do that.
And you're also saying it would be cheaper to actually use an outside person. Is that correct?
I believe it would help us on the budget side towards gaining revenues we need.
Okay. Those are my questions. I see 6 hands in the Zoom. If anyone else wants to raise their hand, now would be the time. Going once, going twice.
I see 7.
You see 7. All right, 7 hands for public comment. Dr. Wold.
First public speaker, Jillian Banks Kong. You may unmute.
Hello, thank you for taking my comment. So I'm feeling largely confused by what I'm hearing here. I was very struck by Dr. Wald saying we don't rob Peter to pay Paul, and yet he's talking about a lot of incoming money used to create, quote, the largest summer program we've ever offered, but not using that to fund spring and not using the majority of that to open full-time in person for fall. So if that's not robbing Peter to pay Paul, I don't really understand what is. He's talking about advocacy and saying that in the last 8 months, we've turned a corner. I really don't know what he is talking about here. We have turned a corner, but it's not a positive corner as far as I'm concerned. So if he has some grand master plan that he's aiming towards, I'd like some more transparency around that. And as a member of the community, I'd like to know what that is, because he's talking about creating academies and adding new programs and unwilling to reopen in fall. The district is hemorrhaging students. If you can't open full-time in person in fall, all of these plans that he is making sound like pipe dreams to me, because you will lose more and more students. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Mariela Cuellar.
Mama, bájale volumen. Oh. My name is Mariela Cuellar, for the record. When I hear the word advocacy, I'm excited. I'm really excited because I think we should advocate for more funding, but also if we go to Sacramento to advocate, are they gonna listen to us like we come here and advocate to our own district? I am a mother. I also work for the district. I'm a teacher assistant in a special education classroom. I'm a very involved parent. I'm a very involved community. Before I work for the district, my work is for my daughters, for my community, for the students in the community. It doesn't matter if it's the traditional schools or the charters. I'm very vocal in both systems. I'm ready, to work as a team and to advocate for more funding. But we need to realize that low-income students, high-need students generate funding. And I want to ask transparency when it comes to the spending of the funding to really, really make an impact on our children's. Because if we go to Sacramento, it has to be worth it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Sarah Sohn. You may unmute.
Hi, everyone. Adam Saracen here. I have a kindergartner and a fourth grader in the district. Based on the numbers that have just been presented, I think it is critical we go after the SB 86 $9 million in funding that requires us to open by April 1st. It's not fair to our teachers and school administrators to drag out this process as we are already running behind, and waiting until March 24th is too late to announce a plan. Waiting that long could potentially accelerate the number of families who leave the district and increase our budget shortfalls. Our county is about to enter the red tier, and as the vaccine rollouts accelerate, we can anticipate continued improvement and fast-changing guidance on reopening and safety requirements. As many have mentioned tonight, watching the rest of the country brings kids back to school while WCCUSD continues to perseverate over planning and our kids stay stuck on Zoom is terribly demoralizing. We can't let WCCUSD be the last district in the Bay Area and maybe the nation to bring kids back into the classroom. At this point, it is negligent not to bring back at least TK through second grade in the spring. Our teachers and school staff have been working so hard throughout this pandemic, and they deserve as much clarity with as much advance notice as possible so that they can prepare themselves and their classrooms for a safe return. Speaking as a parent, teachers, we support and appreciate you, and we are here to advocate alongside you for a safe return for our community. Thank you.
Our next public speaker is Louise Almsley. You may unmute. Unfortunately, that Zoom version won't allow her to speak without an update. The next public speaker is Andrea Wildenberg. You may unmute.
Hey everyone, this is Andrea Wildenberg. Back now that the kids are asleep. I'm not going to read my same statement as before. I might email it over to you guys because I did want to stick to the agenda item. And listening to this, I just, to me, it really sounds like decisions that you all in your negotiations with unions, the decisions that you make this month and really in the next days and week and couple weeks they have the potential to really impact the district revenue for years to come. President Phillips mentioned that we could have this double decline, right? You really have a chance still to avoid at least one of those. You can keep us. We want to stay in the district, but it's getting increasingly difficult to feel like we can take a chance on the district. It's already, it's been a tough year. And we're just entering into the system. We have a kindergartner, and I just don't know. Private schools are going to be sending their acceptance letters next week. Inter-district transfers are on the table too for us. It seems like we would be eligible based on one of the approved reasons, number 7 program, because a permit may be granted when there's a valid interest in a particular educational program not offered in any of our schools in West Contra Costa USD, which at this point is an in-person educational program. I just fear if you lose kids this year, many are not going to come back.
Thank you. Our next public speaker is Ellen Bayou. You may unmute.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
I wanted to start just by thanking the student representatives. I think they've offered some really valuable contributions, and I can't believe how many late nights they're putting up. So thank you for your hard work on and in representing students. I don't know if you've talked to any kindergarten students lately, but they're not really thriving in this environment. We want to talk about the people that you serve. There are so many parents who need to come back. They need their children to come back. 5 days, 5 full days. An earlier caller talked about hemorrhaging students. I'm surrounded by people who are just fleeing to private education or other districts because there's no plan in place really, or communicated plan. And I have heard some communications from some board members that they support a robust fall hybrid. You want to watch people flee our district? You talk about hybrid in the fall. We need a full-time, 5 full days back in school, especially for young children, but all children are struggling in this environment. I want to close by thanking all the teachers that have done a colossal amount of work this academic year. I'm an educator myself, and it has been the most work I've ever done in my life to pivot to completely online instruction. I know how tirelessly you're working to engage your students, even in this not optimal format, especially for young children. And I really want to applaud your efforts. I hope we don't lose any of you because of all of these students that we're going to lose if we don't reopen fully. Thank you.
Our last public speaker is Jesse Montano. You may unmute.
Hey everyone, I had something written out, but I'm gonna forego that for today. First and foremost, Miss Emiliano, happy birthday. I feel like I know you guys and I see the balloons in the background. I've been, watching for several weeks now. Next, I really appreciate this presentation. Although I have to be honest, I'm a bit disheartened by the lack of interest I'm seeing across the board. I don't see all of you as engaged as I thought we would be engaged with this kind of presentation. Call me silly, but I really like to see how the sausage is made. And I'm really concerned about the state of our school district. I think we owe it to our families and our new ethnic studies department, who's probably going to need some funding. So, the next topic I wanted to talk about is losing 700 students. Like how? That's 3% of our student base. We talk about charter schools. One, I'd love to know, what these charter schools, where they are, what they're doing, how we can learn from them and really be creative. I think while, some of us feel passionate about, not really, going to charter schools or looking at them or allowing them within our district, there's something that they're doing right and there's something that we have to learn from. So let's learn from them. Next, I hear that we're going to create a marketing program to win our families back. I'm in marketing and I can tell you that doesn't even sound like a good idea. I think we just need to be doing a great job and that's the best marketing that we can do. Next.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wald. So we're on board discussion. I'm going to try to kick this off the right way. So I'm going to ask for a motion to adopt.
President Phillips, if you like.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt the secondary interim with a positive certification. Hope I did that right.
You did. You're faster than me. Thank you, sir. Do we have a second?
I will second that.
So it's been moved by Gonzalez-Hoy and seconded by Reckler. Now we're going to have discussion. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. Dr. Wald, thank you so much for your presentation tonight. I did watch my colleagues in their budget committee as well, and I appreciate them for their great questions then as well. For the summer and the fall, I would like for us to engage in a conversation about increasing resources such as mental health services. Our counselors, we still have a 700 to 1 counselors, especially as we return students to our schools. Whenever that happens, we're going to need more supports. So I would like us to engage on that. I understand the ongoing costs versus one-time funds, so definitely want to keep that in mind as well. And obviously having conversations with our bargaining units on the impact of that long term. But I do want to keep in mind that the needs that are going to be great and grand in the next few months. Trustee Reckler has been talking about our marketing budget for a long time, and I do think that we need to have one. It's not just about what's going on now, but it's about talking about the things that we do right and have done right for a long time, and we need to share those. We're pretty bad at sharing our positive stories in our district, so I think that will really help, especially as we return and things get back to normal, and we do amazing things like our academies, our ethnic studies pieces, all that stuff. We have to start sharing it with our community. And then, we also have to start funding what we already do well, right? As we fund, for example, our new schools, like trade schools and art schools, we're hearing a lot of concerns around how we fund the programs that already exist, and the difficulties of our teachers to fund to replace their cameras or to replace the things that they provide services with students with, and how they have to fundraise those funds, and how they have been using the same instruments since the 80s. We need to invest in both. And I would like to engage with you, Dr. Wold, about how we can have those conversations, especially in our secondary sites, to make sure that we are balancing the needs of what I believe is true, right, which is increasing our opportunity for our community, and also strengthening what already exists. And I will leave it there. Thank you, President Phillips. Thank you, Dr. Wold.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. Mrs. Reckler?
Thank you. I kind of got blown away by that marketing comment, so I can't wait to hear more about that. That was a complete surprise. I want to thank you for steering us to a positive certification. We all sucked it in hard to get there, and it was super, super painful. And we should be sort of proud of it because, as I said on Friday, it means that you can meet your expenses for the next 2 years, but it really doesn't indicate your health. And we are skeletonized, we're down to the chassis, we're hollowed out underneath the eyes. So we talked about investments that we can make. We really, at this point really can't. And after 3 years, we should declare a positive, and we have FCMAT coming to take a look at us. And so I think it's important to do, but we could certainly use more funding. And I think I'll end with that tonight. The other thing that I'm working on is that we talk about this all day on Friday, and then I come to this meeting and I'm completely empty. I can't even organize my thoughts about what to ask. So personally, I'm going to work on that so I am more engaged, but when I'm done on Friday, I'm just like done. And so that is my homework for next time. And thank you.
I'm going to cheat and make a comment right now just to clarify. When Trustee Reckler is saying she's done on Friday, she's not saying for the week. So we had a budget committee meeting on Friday, and so she asked a ton of questions. You put that out there, and I didn't want it received the wrong way. So we're going to go back to the normal order. Mrs. Smith-Folds.
I think one of the things that I want to reiterate is the fact that we can be good, but can we stay good? I think that it's one of those things that as a parent, it's always great on Mother's Day, but it's the day after Mother's Day that I'm like, oh, okay, so this is back to normal. This is a hot mess. So I need us to be good, not only 2020, 21, 2022, 2023, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It needs to be good down the line. That's what real sustainability and fiscal responsibility is. You're good. We're investing and we're good, and we have the money, and we're planning for what we need, and we're saving when we get a little extra and a bump, and we're making good, smart financial decisions. I think that is where I'm really trying to impress upon you that it needs to be good for longevity's sake. I agree with Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy that we need to invest in what we have implemented, and we need to do the best with that, because I think that one of the things that when we speak to keeping students and having students be attracted to this district, it is investing in what we have and making it the best version of itself and then adding. So I want to make sure that we're doing it in order and doing it in proper order and steps. Finally, I just want to speak to the fact that I know that this district has parents, teachers, students who are the best advocates that I've ever met in my entire life. So we may not have staff, I understand that can do it, but we have community-based organizations. We hear them every time that they call. Every time that we sit on this dais, we hear some of the best advocates for students and for the needs of this community that I think have ever been trained or have ever been called. So the training, I think, is another issue. Dr. Wool, you said that you've done this for a living, so the training would be great to give parental confidence, student confidence, community-based organization confidence to go and tell our story, because it's their story. And I think that we can do it the very best way. I think that's all the comments for now. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Mr. Christian, comments on this item, sir?
Yeah, I just have, thank you, President Phillips. Just a few comments. Just we have to continue to build and look at different ways of how, we can continue to, grow our school district, bringing in more revenue, and then at the same time making sure that we advertise and bring in our students, not lose any more students. So it's a lot of things we need to do, and so we just got to push in a direction to make things happen. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Miss Emiliano.
I just want to echo what Trustee Smith-Foltz says, that yes, we may be good for a year or 2 years or 3 years, but it's really important to make sure that we have a plan for the funds and invest in a smart way and don't just blow money because it sounds like a good idea now and not completely think about what it's going to be like, maybe like 5, 10-ish years from now. But yeah, thank you so much for your presentation.
Mr. Leon.
Thank you, President Phillips. I just want to, what the board members said, like that pretty much summarized my feelings around this issue. So thank you, Dr. Wold, for your presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm going to make a comment, and the comment that I'm going to make is about advocacy. We cannot send a parent to Sacramento to represent the school district. That is not something that we can do. We cannot send a CBO to Sacramento to represent the school district. That is something that we cannot do. Now, we can go to Sacramento and bring a parent with us. We can go to Sacramento and bring the executive director of a CBO with us, but we cannot send them to Sacramento to represent the school district. It's the same thing with our labor partners. We could bring our labor partners to Sacramento with us, but we cannot send UTR to Sacramento to represent the school district. And if you or Teamsters or SSA or the Administrators Association, we can't do that. I'll give you an example, and it may make a little more sense. We can't send the PTA to Sacramento to represent the school district. And I don't even think the PTA would do it if we asked them. We could bring them with us. We could bring them with us. That's the partnership piece, right? But anytime we send somebody out to represent the district, they need to be an official district person, whether that's staff, whether that's an attorney that we hired, whether that's an advocate that we hired. It has to be an official district person. And so, like, I'll give you an example. Union X, I'm not even going to say which one it is, just Union X. Would Union X send one of us to Sacramento to represent Union X? Would Union X send one of the trustees to represent? No. Would Union X send one of our staff members to represent them? No. They might go with us and do joint advocacy with us, but they would not go represent us any more than they would allow us to go represent them. So I'm putting this thing into context, and folks don't have to, see it the same way that I see it. But we cannot have people who are not official representatives going to the seat of our state government and representing us. So I'm going to leave it there. And we are going to go on to the next. I mean, actually, we can't have people who are not official representatives going anywhere and representing us, the district. We can't have them going to Martinez and representing us. That's not how you do business. So I'm going to leave it at that.
We need to vote.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, we do need to vote. I'm going to leave it at that. I've made my comments. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. On to the vote, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
And Reckler?
Reckler, yes.
And Smith-Folds?
Smith-Folds, yeah.
And Christian?
Yes.
And Emiliano?
Emiliano, yes.
And Leung?
Leung, yes.
And Phillips, yes. So it has been adopted with a positive certification. We have two items that were pulled off of consent. It's 10:10. I am going to start with the one that I think is going to take the most time, which is TFA. Presentation on the TFA item.
Thank you, President Phillips. Hopefully she's still with us. I'm going to turn that over to Ms. Williams, who also presented at the academic committee about Teach for America, to just talk a little bit about the partnership and the MOU that's on for approval this evening.
Ms. Williams, your microphone isn't.
Sorry, I
on.
have
There you
two mute buttons. All right, I wasn't sure if you wanted me to go over the presentation a little bit or just answer some questions.
So, Miss Williams, a brief presentation would be fine, just to give context to the public and board members as to what we're doing and what we're talking about.
All right, so on Monday evening at the academic committee, we presented a slideshow that talked about our anticipated vacancies. We went through how we come to that. It's based on potential retirements, resignations, and historical data. And we anticipate about 200 vacancies. That's usually around how many we get. We talked about the different types of recruitment that we do. Our team goes to a lot of different job fairs. This year, they're all virtual. We have about 16 or 17 fairs that we have planned. We also have a residency program that we use with our special ed program. It's in its third year. This is really growing our own teachers within our district from our paraprofessionals. We started with a cohort of 2, 11 last year, and then we have, we're looking for 15 this upcoming year. And then Teach for America is just another way for us to do recruitment. They go to over 200 different colleges. We don't have the capacity to do that, and so it helps us with recruitment. We are always looking to hire more teachers of color, Black, Indigenous. So we're always looking for assistance with that. So the residency program allows us to do that. And we go to recruitment and post on job boards with the HBCU. And we are looking for, again, Teach for America offers that opportunity as well. So the goal is to get the contract as soon as possible so we can start working with them and getting our teacher staff earlier rather than later. I hope that covered it. Quick summary.
Thank you very much. We're going to stay in the same order on questions. Mr. Gonzalez, what?
Thank you, President Phillips. I asked all my questions on Monday, so I appreciate it.
Mrs. Reckler?
I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Mrs. Smith-Folds?
Ms. Williams, did we talk about on Monday the ability for us to really Burger King what we want from Teach for America? Is that accurate?
We did, and we talked about the fact that if we, the cohort they have now, the more options we have earlier. So we are really trying to move forward with hiring and getting a pool of teachers available now.
And we talked about on Monday that those teachers being very specific to the needs of our district, being Black teachers, brown teachers, bilingual teachers. Those are the teachers that we are asking Teach for America to bring us to the pool of hirees, correct? Potential hirees.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I think that's all of the questions.
Okay. Mr. Christian, do you have any questions about this item?
No questions.
Okay. Ms. Emiliano, any questions?
Oh, I said, I don't know if you could hear me. I said no questions. Thank you.
I'm sorry. My fault. I couldn't hear. Mr. Leon?
No questions for me. Thank you.
Okay. Folks out in TV land, start raising your hand. So start raising them. I don't have any questions either, so we're going to move out real quick to public comment. Raise them if you have them. All right, so it looks like it stopped at 6. Dr. Wald, please start public comment.
First one, Salida Hunter.
Good evening again. I have questions. I heard Director Smith-Folds talk about Burger King, and I understand, as you even explained it more, I already understood what you meant. My concern is having gone through a teaching program with students who have, fellow students who've come out of Teach for America because it wasn't what they thought it was. And they were sold an idea of going to save students in poverty-stricken areas, but they had no idea how to work with those students. That's a concern. Also, the training. My understanding is there's like a 5 to 8 week training, and then you can get a master's, but the master's is not geared towards education, though you do need an education background as far as a bachelor's. So with that, will we be looking at bringing in more teachers who are not highly qualified? And if that's the case, then we might as well save that money and find other ways to find these teachers that we need for our district, for our Black and brown students. So I've never been in a program with any TFA students that have got or worked with presently people who had an actual credential when they came in or were even in a credentialing program. So that's my concern, that we'll just continue inequity while we're trying to fix this and put a Band-Aid over something.
Our next public speaker is John Valdez Klinger. You may unmute.
Hi, everyone. I'm a Teach for America core member. I'm a first-year teacher and a first-generation bilingual Afro-Latinx educator with 15 years of professional experience that recently relocated to Montalban Manor from New York City. And I am delighted to be at Montalban, and I'm deeply committed to the success of my students. I'm happy to share my culture and language and success with my students every day, and I'm looking to continue to be a champion for them and our families in this process. Without Teach for America, my development as an educator and relocating would not have been possible. Teach for America's holistic support to aid every part of my transition as a Black educator recently graduated and switched careers was fundamental for me to be able to make the changes and to be able to teach students and make an impact. Teach for America helped me with finances. It helped me with navigate with credential, proper certification testing, on top of emotional support, DEI training, and a continual coaching throughout the school year. They made sure that I was ready to have an inclusive, welcoming, and intellectually challenging classroom from day one. With Teach for America support, I was able to focus on the impact that I was making with my children and with my communities and with the families. And I just think that there's a lot of other educators, passionate educators out there just like me that are waiting to get into the classroom, and they just need a hand. And Teach for America is that support and is that hand that educators need in order to be able to come into the classroom and be successful. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thomas Prather.
Okay. Good evening, Board of Education. I'm Thomas Prather. I'm a second grade teacher at Shannon Elementary in Pinole. I've been teaching for 22 years in the district. In my 22 years of experience, I've learned that Teach for America is a profit-making, billionaire-backed, elitist organization that sucks the longevity out of public education. I would even venture to say that TFA is a tool of white supremacy and the systematic racism that is embedded in the national fabric of this nation. A vast majority of TFA recruits are white, privileged, and use TFA as a stepping stone towards a career in politics, technology, and other lofty professions. Teach for America is the antithesis of public education and teacher unions. One prime example of this is Michelle Rhee. Michelle Rhee was the superintendent of DC Public Schools. She was a former recruit and basically gutted the district with widespread firings, performance ratings, and teaching to the test. Teach for America recruits, for the most part, don't stick around for more than a few years. Lincoln Elementary became a primarily TFA school a few years ago. Scores did not rise significantly, and those TFAs left just a few years later. Stability in the school is very important, and especially in impoverished communities. Please keep teachers here by doing the Cal State East Bay credential program.
Our next public speaker is Catherine Acosta.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Acosta Vepraskis, and for the past 8 years, I've been the proud principal at Montalban Manor K-8. But I didn't start there. My family immigrated from Lima, Peru with hopes for a better future. I was 10, and I didn't speak a single word of English, but I was lucky. I had Mrs. Spiker, and she changed my life. I was propped up by her and eventually became the first person in my family to graduate from college. Sadly, my brothers were not so lucky, and I'm still the only one. This injustice is why I became an educator, driven to make sure that this doesn't happen to any of our students. Teach for America gave me this opportunity to serve, to be that role model that I wish my brothers would have had. Starting with my years teaching special education at Lincoln Elementary School and to the role that I serve in now. Sadly, there are vacancies in most schools every single year, and finding caring educators gets harder and harder. This year alone, I had 6 vacancies at Montalban. I pride myself in actively recruiting teachers that look like my students, And I'm proud to say that 4 of the 6 new hires are people of color, 2 of which came from TFA. All 6, however, are equally passionate about making a true lasting impact in the students' lives, like Mrs. Spiker did for me. Please approve this contract and give us more options to make sure we find dedicated teachers for all of our students. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Thomas Prather.
So Dr. Wool, before we go to the next speaker, board, it's 10:26. The meeting is set to end in 4 minutes. We need to definitely finish this item. And then we have one more item after this. And then there's some house cleaning. So at a minimum, I would like, at a minimum, 15 minutes to finish this item. But if people want to try to get through the whole thing, then we need a longer motion.
President Phillips, what was your suggestion for finishing the items?
If there's not a lot of public comment on the hubs, I mean, if you give me 11:15, I don't think I'll take it, but I think it'll get us through here.
Okay, I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:15.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. On the vote, we have Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Reckler,
You are killing me. Yes.
Smith-Folds,
Smith Folds, yes.
and Christian.
Christian, yes.
Leon,
Yes.
Emiliano.
Emiliano, yes.
Okay, so it's been moved to extend to 11:15. I did
President
go back.
Phillips. So sorry,
Yes, sir.
you didn't vote. Just wanted to.
Oh, yes, I didn't. I'm going to do it too. It's been moved to extend to 11:15. I went back and looked at the bylaws just to make sure. It's one extension in the bylaws, so we won't be doing anything after 11:15. I don't hope we won't be at 11:15. Back to public comment. Mr. Galindo was the last person.
Yep.
I see 2 more hands popped up, but
So there was one more that dropped in his back. So Jesus Galindo, and then there's one more that was in the queue initially. She had dropped, but she's still there now.
did we do Thomas Prather?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, all right.
So it's Jesus Galindo, you may unmute, and then there's one more after. Jesus Galindo. Moving on, the last one that was in the queue is Mariela Cuellar.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. I didn't drop. I don't know what happened. I wouldn't drop on this because I have a lot to say. I have mixed feelings about Teach for America. I know there is people that are not in the education fields that want to come to low-income areas for a lot of reasons. And I know that there's people that are not into education, but they fall in love with education. I will be in favor of this if the process is with candidates that really, really want to come into teaching. And that means that they have an education on teaching, but we know that most of them don't have. And because they want to come here because they want to get their loan the loan forgiveness. I don't know, sometimes I lose words, but please, if people from Teach for America is hearing this, please come to us because you want to make a difference and that you are in the education field. and that you're passionate, and then you want to work with families, all families. Thank you.
Last public speaker, Jesus Galindo. If you can try to unmute, Jesus.
Hello, can the board hear me?
Yes.
President Phillips, Superintendent Duffy, distinguished board members. My name is Jesus Alfredo Galindo, and I have the immense privilege of not just being a third grade DLI teacher at Lincoln Elementary, the school I love, but also Teach for America alumni. It's definitely past my bedtime, but I'm speaking to you tonight in hopes that you will renew the district's contract with Teach for America, an organization that has played a vital role, not only in my success, but in the success of countless educators and administrators across our district. Now, I won't highlight the outstanding professional development programs that TFA offers all its core members and alumni, nor will I talk about TFA's track record when it comes to expanding the educational outcomes of the most marginalized in our nation. Instead, I want to talk to you about the greatest gift Teach for America has given me, and that is a community that unconditionally and wholeheartedly believes in my ability to create positive change in the community and school that I love. And so TFA is not just a recruitment organization, it's an organization that is committed to making sure that kids have the best quality education. And I want to take these last couple of seconds to clarify some misconceptions. About Lincoln. Lincoln has been for several years now one of the best performing schools in terms of growth. It actually outperformed many of the schools in our district in terms of mathematical growth. And we were actually able to achieve 100% of teachers coming back to our school. So it's important that we shed light on these counter narratives when misinformation is being spread.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment.
Thank you very much. Board, I am going to ask for a motion to approve this contract. Mr. Gonzalez.
I would like to move this contract, President Phillips.
Okay, is there a
I'll
second?
second.
Okay, it's been moved by Gonzalez Hoy and seconded by Reckler. On to discussion. Mr. Gonzalez Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. I had something really eloquent thought out earlier and now I'm exhausted, but what I would say is that all of you know that I actually began my teaching career through this program. And I've been a proponent and also a critic about Teach for America in many ways over time. I disagree with some of the things that they have done nationally over time, but locally, they have really looked at how to recruit teachers, not just from the large UCs and some of the Ivy League schools, but they have really transitioned, started looking at our state schools, our community colleges. That's how they recruited me. And I ended up falling in love for this community. The reality is that our Teach for America here does a lot of good when it comes to professional development for teachers, a lot of good when it comes to showing them to stay in the profession longer than the 2 years that they're committed, which is ultimately why I'm supporting this contract. In the best world scenario, we wouldn't need programs like Teach for America because the profession would be a profession everybody wants to go into. My concern about this right now is that we already had a teacher shortage as it was. And now that we're dealing with the pandemic and everything else, we know that research shows that we're going into a larger depression of teaching teachers in our state. So in my opinion, we need to figure out ways to recruit teachers as many ways as we can. If our HR department tells us this is a tool that they need, I believe that we need to give it to them, which is why I'm voting for this contract today. And I would support it for the next 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mrs. Reckler.
Thank you. I ditto everything that Trustee Gonzalez Hoy said. And I think of all the talented educators that we have here that are TFA and all of the teachers of the year that were TFA teachers, and I think of Trustee Gonzalez Hoy, I think of Mr. Galindo, I think of Marissa Glidden, I think of Sarah Ledoux. I was contacted by Principal Haidari and Principal Parnham that were asked to have the contract approved. It's an avenue in. If there are issues, we should deal with those, but I can't see a reason not to approve it, so I'll be voting in favor of it. Thank you.
Mrs. Smith Folds.
So we talked about an academic subcommittee about giving the district the resources that it needs to internally build its recruitment process and to internally build its support system and to internally build the way that it not only recruits teachers, retains teachers, and supports teachers within its program. When asked about Teach for America, Ms. Williams and both Dr. Greenwood said that they need this tool. They need this tool. My ask is very clear. It's the same ask I had at the academic committee. I want what I want. So when you go out and you tell Teach for America, this is the contract, congratulations, but this is what we're asking for. So when you bring back those 40 teachers, they should be those 40 teachers that we are requiring to make our district what we want it to be, which is representation matters. Representation matters in front of these children. And if you're going to use this tool, then use it to the way that it's building up the student population that we have. It's building up the teachers and the programs that we want. And it's building up, not only we heard for the people who called in from Teach for America, reach out to those people who are former Teach for America candidate students or whatever, and ask them what are the things that they learned at Teach for America that we can then turn around and replicate in the system, because there are some good things must be that have worked, because we have good Teach for America teachers that come to this district. I do have a problem with Teach for America on this national level. The more I've looked into it, the more I'm like, but what I'm requesting is that when we do it on this local level that we have control over in our scope of right now, to ask for what we want. Or let me say, ask for what I asked you for, which is those specific people coming to our hiring pool. I hope I'm very, very clear about that. And build ourselves up internally, please. Build our recruitment process up internally. And we already told Dr. Wool, Ms. Williams and Dr. Greenwood told Dr. Wool what they would need to make that happen. So I'm looking for that to come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Christian.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. I just want to say I echo the same thing as Trustee Smith Folds had echoed, and along with everybody else, and just making sure that when they in the hiring process that you'll hire minorities, represent the community in our area. So that's pretty much. Thank you.
Ms. Emiliano.
I too would just like to echo what everyone else has already said. It's very important to have students being taught by teachers that look like them, or like remind themselves of themselves, because then it's somebody that you can trust more because you relate to them more. But yeah, thank you for your presentation, and thank you to everybody who spoke tonight.
Thank you very much. Mr. Leung.
Thank you, President Phillips. I just want to start off by reiterating what Trustee Smith Folds and Trustee Gonzalez always said about the Teach for America and the national level. And I also want to share an experience with my 5th grade teacher. He was a part of the Teach for America, and he was one of the people who really inspired me to read. Like before, I would see reading as more of a chore, but in his class and with his conversations, I was really able to develop a passion and a love for reading, which really was able to transcend my educational endeavors. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I am going to vote for this because the way things are going, I am concerned about us having enough teachers in the fall. And as far as a principled issue, I don't think very highly of the model for TFA. I do realize that we have gotten some good employees out of it. But the model that they use nationally is the same model that they use locally, in my opinion. So I don't split, hairs between that. But I am concerned about us having enough teachers in the fall. And, for that reason, and really for that reason alone, I'm going to vote for this. Uh, my request, since we're putting out requests, is that uh, if and when we do get some TFA people, don't send them all to Ward 2 and 3. Share the love. And what I mean by that is we all know that when those teachers come in, they haven't finished the credential program and all that. They're not as experienced as someone who's gone through a program. Don't send them all to Kennedy. Don't send them all to Richmond. I'm sure because everybody on here may be voting for it. Send some of those TFA people out to Hercules and Pinole. Send some of them to El Cerrito. Send some of those TFA folks to Kensington. Don't just send them to, Ward 2 and Ward 3, because that's not fair. That's not fair to the children that live in those areas. And if we are having, or not if we have, there is a teacher shortage. And if that teacher shortage is exacerbated because of the pandemic, and I believe it is, well, don't make the children in Ward 2 and 3 carry that load by themselves. That's a burden that needs to be spread out equally. So send some of them unexperienced teachers to where everybody else lives, not just where me and O3 live. So that's the first thing that I want to say about that. The second thing that I want to say about that is I did send over an email to staff about another program that is very specific in its mission. And its mission is to basically get educators of color into schools, classrooms like the ones we have here. So TFA is not the only option. It may be the option that's familiar with most folks, but there are other programs that specifically target uh, educators or folks who want to be educators of color. So those are my comments, on this item. So that said, we're going to have the vote. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
And Mrs. Reckler.
Reckler, yes.
And Mrs. Smith-Folds.
Smith-Folds, yes, with a clear understanding.
And Mr. Christian.
Yes, Christian, yes.
And Miss Emiliano.
Emiliano, yes.
And Mr. Leon.
Leon, yes.
The item passes.
Did you vote, Trustee Phillips?
Yes, I said I was going to vote yes earlier, that I'm voting yes, but yes, I vote yes. So the item passes, and we are moving on to the last item, which is C3, which is contracts, and those contracts are hubs. So who's doing that presentation?
I am President Phillips. I'm going to keep it brief because I know we're short on time. So we're bringing forward 3 contracts for 3 separate hubs. The first with Greater Richmond Interfaith Program, the GRIP hub. This would be a new hub to begin on March 22nd, primarily serving our students who are from families in transition. The second hub, also a new hub, is the Lacey Community Resource Foundation, also with a timeline to begin in March the 22nd through the end of the school year. The last hub is an extension of an existing hub, the YMCA Learning Hub, which currently serves 40 students, but it's to fund it for the remainder of the year. So those are the 3 hubs we're bringing forward tonight for approval, and we can take any questions.
Okay. Questions, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy?
Thank you, President Phillips. Mr. Aurelio, can you remind me of how many families the GRIP contract would serve?
Yes, the GRIP contract is to pilot starting with 12 and potentially growing to 24.
Okay, thank you. That was the only question I had.
And Mrs. Reckler?
Sure, thank you. So who are the types of students that these hubs are going to serve?
So the GRIP hub will primarily serve our students who are in transition, families in transition. We also be prioritizing our students who have had challenges getting online, attendance, and engagement, and then using that priority list to select the families.
And how are you getting this priority list?
So going back to the YMCA hub, we did it regionally based, and we worked with site administrators at those sites that we were offering the positions to, and then we prioritized the students based on the information from the school, but also the data we provided centrally.
And families in transition, that's another word. Are those homeless students?
That's homeless, foster youth as well, correct.
Homeless and foster youth. Those would be some of our most vulnerable, most fragile students that we have.
Correct. So having a location for them to access the technology, but inconsistent internet, for example, is a challenge. Even with hotspots, it can be really hard for them to get on. So that provides a space, a consistent space for them.
And what is the attendance of these students that we have now? Is it at average, below, or above regular students?
That I would have to get back to you. I don't have that off the top of my, I don't want to give you false information on that.
Do you have anything on engagement?
I don't have that data in front of me, unfortunately.
But they're being recommended because there are significant
Correct.
issues in their attendance and in their engagement. Is that correct?
So we've also looked at students who've had truancy issues in the past and continued truancy issues, and that's one of the criteria that we're looking at.
And has there been interest from the families?
There has been. Speaking to the hubs that currently are in existence, the YMCA one that we're trying to extend, there was 41 spots and 40 currently filled, and they're attending regularly.
Is there a chance we can move this contract up to start on Monday?
I will need to follow up with Martine Blake from Community Engagement, since she's handling that. I can give her the green light if this is approved to try to expedite it.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mrs. Smith-Foltz?
Can you give a working definition of the term hub? What's the working definition of hub? So we're all clear.
So for the way we're using hub in these models, these are not housed on our campuses. These are staffed by these different agencies. They're providing the adult supervision of our students typically between 10 and 3 o'clock during our instructional time. Students go there, they're monitored, they're supported to get onto their distance learning platforms. They're provided food. Our food services are working with the hubs to make sure there's food available for them. And depending on the hub model, there's some additional supports that are provided for students.
Do we have any of these hubs that are existing now that are not at capacity?
Yes, the RPAL hub currently, which is a county-based hub, which is also open to shelters, charters, etc. That one does have available seats, roughly 20 seats, I believe.
What's the ownership of the district when it comes to these hubs? Are we in control of the safety? Are we in control of the monitoring? Are we in control? What's the ownership of the district when it comes to hubs?
So we contract out with these agencies that they are doing the safety component. We have the ability to visit. I was able to visit the YMCA hub and saw their process, and they're obviously following all county health requirements to run these hubs. But they since we're contracting with them, they're handling that portion.
And since we're contracting out, do we have the ability or the capability to put any boundaries around what we would like to see or what we want in these hubs?
I guess I probably would need more direction on sort of what kind
For
of.
example, what Trustee Reckler asked, how do they recruit students? Like, how do they have the certain students that they're looking for? What do we have?
So we've identified students, so the school sites specifically that were being served, identified the students and did the outreach to the families, offering them the hubs.
Okay, so that's our ownership in that part. We ask for this, we recruit the students and then.
Correct. So we're essentially making the referrals to referring our families to those hubs, making those offers so they can have that service.
And have you seen any positive gains with the hubs that we have now?
We have. I know actually one of our principals who spoke a little earlier, the students at Montalvan that have been going to the YMCA hub, for example, have shown an increase in their attendance rates relative to what they had been at their attendance prior to joining the hub. And for some of them had some historical truancy issues in the past, and that has improved greatly.
Are there any transportation barriers to getting to these hubs?
So we aren't providing transportation to the hubs, which is partly why they're sort of regionally based, because families have to be able to get their students there.
Okay, and I think one of my issues with that is if we're serving our families in transit, how are we ensuring that they have the ability to get to the hub? Are we giving bus cards out?
I would have to get follow up to give you that answer. I don't have that answer for me.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions. Thank you, Mr. Reeler.
We might go to 11:15. Mr. Christian.
No questions.
Miss Emiliano.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Leon.
I have no questions. Thank you, President Phillips.
I have a few questions. Did you say that these hubs are off campus?
I did.
Why are these hubs necessary?
So we started these hubs earlier in the year when we obviously all our programs are distance learning models and we are not serving kids on campus. We provided this as a service and worked with these community-based hubs to provide additional care and support for students. So as of right now, we are not doing in-person instruction on our campus. So there would be a need for students, just another way to add services for our community and our students.
So these hubs are necessary because our schools are closed. Is that correct?
I would say these hubs are necessary because we are not providing that in-person instruction. Yes.
Yes, we said the same thing. We said it differently.
Yes, Mr. Phillips, yes.
So you explain why the old hubs are there because they're older. Why is it necessary for us to start new hubs?
So I will say, Mr. Phillips, that we've been trying to bring hub contracts for a bit of time. They're coming now, but they've been on agendas before and they've been pulled a couple different times. So they're not necessarily new in that sense. We are actively negotiating, as the board is well aware and the community is well aware, we're actively negotiating an in-person spring return. But as of today, we're not there yet. So we're trying to get services to kids.
If we are going to reopen in the spring, why do we need new hubs?
I say it's to bridge the gap.
What do you mean?
Well, we're not open yet. We're negotiating. We're actively negotiating, but as of today, I can't give you a date of when we'll be open.
The families or the homeless children that we're talking about or that you were talking about, Are those children that actually already live in the GRIP facility?
That I will need to get information from my team Blake, who's been working on the contract. I don't have that information in front of me, Mr. Phillips.
So it's not necessarily that, and I did talk to people, but it's not necessarily true that the homeless children that we're talking about serving are actually like unhoused. It is actually possible that the homeless children that you're talking about are really the children that actually already live in the shelter, correct?
That could be correct, yes.
Okay. I just think that's good to clarify for people. If we were to be reopened, would we need these?
That sort of depends on the scope of our reopening, I would say. We want to obviously, when we prioritize reopening and the students we're prioritizing in the reopening, it really sort of depends on where we end up with negotiations, I would say. It sort of depends on, I can't speak to the model that we will have in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, right?
And I think my last question is this. What is to say that if we open up new hubs, that they won't be filled up either, like the existing hubs?
I guess that's a hypothetical I can't necessarily answer yet for you. We can do everything possible to obviously offer the positions to families and students and do everything possible to get them there.
But isn't that what you're doing with the existing hubs that we have that are not filled?
Right.
So it's not working, right?
I wouldn't say they're not working. I think there is one hub that has had moderate success, whereas the other hubs are filled essentially to capacity.
Okay. We're going to go on to public comment on this item. Anyone who has public comment, please raise your hand. All
We have
right.
2 public comments. 3.
Okay.
Okay. I'll
3.
stop there. First one, Mariela Cuellar. You may unmute.
Good night again, Mariela Cuellar. I'm a mother of Richmond High. I attended the DLCAP meeting last time, and I had so many questions about the hub. I didn't know what the hub meant. They told me what it was stand for, but I forgot. And I think it's a lot of money that is being spent on this. And for the amount of students that it's being served, I think, I don't think it's a waste of money, but I think people who are deciding this, I mean, I'm not an expert. I don't know about numbers, but I just think that better choices have to be made. Please serve the students, all the students. Doesn't matter who they are, where we're from, but I just, with these programs, for me, I don't know who's behind this, to be honest. And I don't know what to say anymore because I have so much in my mind. And I'm sleepy and I'm tired because I went to my daughter's meeting on making waste before this. That's why I didn't come on time. But I mean, just please be transparent with all of.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Kinster. Jean, you may unmute.
Hello, I work for the district, and when Shields Reed Pod was open, it was full to capacity, and we have students that are on a waiting list. Some of these students are students whose parents work the graveyard shift. They're kindergartners, they're other graders. Their parents are asleep. They have no one to watch them, to get them on their computer, to help them tear out their pages. So these hubs are very important to some families so that their kids can have access to education. Some of our families have also said they don't want to come back in person, but they still need the support of the hubs. So I would suggest that maybe there is a need for them. Just because one in one area isn't full, other areas that are full are waiting lists to get into these hubs. And when we go back at whatever capacity, some parents are saying that they would still want the support to help them out, to help them with their children. Also, as some children go back and some don't, the older children won't be around to watch the younger children anymore and help them out. So again, you may have children who are home unsupervised or barely supervised without these hubs or pods open.
Thank you. Our last public speaker on this item is Evan Miller.
Hello, this is Liz. Sorry, Evan's wife. I didn't get my hand up in time on my phone. I just want to thank Mr. Phillips for his comments. I think they're really clarifying. These hubs, they sound a lot like school, a place where kids go. It's a safe environment and structured. There's somebody to help them. So these students are important. This population is absolutely important, but so is the rest of our district. So let's open this spring. I think this is a need, but I don't think we need to spend the money just on these hubs. If it's safe for these children to go to the hubs, it's safe for them to go to school. The CDC says it's safe. The county says it's safe. The American Academy of Pediatrics says it's safe, that we need to go back. Our president says it's safe. Our governor says it's safe. Our other school districts, they are doing it in a safe manner. Berkeley's going back 5 days a week. Let's provide that for our community who needs it. This is what our community needs. This is what our children need. We need to make the equitable choice for all the children in our district, not just a specific hub, but for all the kids. There's more than a hub can provide. The hub is school. We need to go back to school this spring. It is a safe choice. It's evidence-based. It's causing harm every single day that our school is not open.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. On to board discussion. Is there a motion to approve these contracts?
I'll move to approve these contracts.
It's been moved by Mrs. Reckler. Is there a second to approve these contracts?
I'll second, President Phillips.
It's been moved by Mrs. Reckler and seconded by Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. On to discussion, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. I think that we have all kind of shared that we've directed staff towards the reopening of school, and there's a reason why we have done that. I think that this is just in addition to what we have already directed staff and supports our highest needs families. So to me, it makes sense. I honestly wish we would have taken this question maybe earlier, but better late than ever. Which is why I will vote yes on these contracts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Reckler.
It is immoral and unethical not to approve these contracts. These are for our most vulnerable students, homeless, foster. They've been identified because they can't connect. They have parents that are working. They have attendance, engagement, truancy problems. They're being held as pawns, and they've been held as pawns since December. If you are not voting in favor, please explain why. Thank you.
Mrs. Reckler. I'm sorry.
It's
I'm
Trustee Smith
gonna
Folds.
have to follow up on some stuff. So, Mrs. Smith Folds.
So I think that one of the things that needs to be done is we need to look for best practices that are already happening. If these hubs are serving the most vulnerable students in our district and the most neediest student in our district, we need to pull from what's happening well at those hubs. And we need to make sure that we are bringing back an implementable plan that we directed the district to do, which is to bring back an implementable plan. So you be cognitive of what's already happening and find those best practices in that.
Okay, Mr. Christian.
I have any comments?
Miss Emiliano.
Have any comments? Thank you.
Mr. Leon.
I don't have any comments either. Thank you.
I believe that these hubs are distractions. That does not mean that there is not anyone who has benefited from a hub, but I do believe that these hubs are distractions. And I do believe that every time we create a new hub, I believe that we also create a disincentive to reopen our schools. I believe that people point to the hubs as reasons that it's not necessary to reopen our schools, in the sense that, you know what, there's a place over there that Johnny can go to, so we don't have to reopen. And I do believe that in some ways this has been used uh, in a pawn type way. I think that it is a subterfuge to support keeping schools closed. That is what I believe. That is what I have believed for quite some time. We all know what the issues are around the children not being able to go to school. We have children who are missing, literally missing. Everyone talks about Antoine Whitley all the time, but we all know that Antoine is just the child that made it to the news. There are more Antoines out there. And someone asked me where there was a girl who was missing from San Francisco. Thank God she was found. But somebody asked me, where are all the children? Where are all the children? And the truth of the matter is, I can't tell you where they are, but I could tell you where they're not. They're not at school. So, what I need people to do is to start connecting the dots. Remember when we were kids and your parents brought you those little papers and you did the connect the dots, and then you connected the dots and connected to them, and then all of a sudden you had this picture. Well, the picture that I'm painting for you right now, or the connect the dots picture that I'm painting for you, all of this is happening because the schools are closed. So people who want supports for these children, Hubs is not the answer. We just heard that we're going to pilot a hub at GRIP for 12 kids. 12 kids. We have 29,000 children. One person asked me some months ago if I would, they were talking to me about a mentorship program. They said, there are a lot of kids out there who don't have supervision right now, and we want to try to create a mentorship. I said, how many kids is this going to serve, this mentorship program? He said, maybe 40 to 50 kids. 40 to 50 kids. I want to remind you, we got 29,000 kids. So I'm not trying to say that that 12 kids, that's not beneficial for those 12 kids. What I'm trying to say is, if we really want to help these kids, we can't serve 29,000 kids out of the back of the YMCA. We can't serve 29,000 kids out the back of GRIP. So we pass a contract and we feel better because 12 kids got help. And thank God for those 12 kids. But for some people, and I'm not saying it's anybody in the Zoom right now, but for some people, passing the contract to help those 12 kids makes them feel better about not passing something that actually helps 29,000 kids. So I want people to think about planning and what does it mean to actually have a strategic plan to address an issue. I have 4 kids. My job is to make sure that all 4 of them eat. Not to be like, hey, here's one. I got a hamburger for you, little buddy, but the other three, you're not eating. But I'm okay because I gave a hamburger to one. What I am advocating for is for us to be able to reopen our schools now, particularly on the elementary level, because it's not okay to run a pilot for 12 kids when it's 29,000 kids that are struggling, when it's children that are missing and we don't know where they are, when there are children who are falling behind in their schoolwork, when there are children who are special ed and they're regressing, when there are children whose behavioral issues are being magnified. But we okay because we worked on something for them 12 kids. I really want us to think about what we are doing. And the last thing I'm gonna leave you with, and I am voting no, and people could get upset with me if they want, but the last thing I'm gonna leave everybody with, people are announcing, and yes, this could have been on the agenda earlier, sooner, but right now, in the time that we are in, people are announcing reopening plans, as in like we're going back to school. We're announcing hubs off campus. I think that's a joke. I'm done. I did not want to say all of this because I know what I am saying right now is going to upset a lot of people. And that's why I tried to pull this off of the agenda because I did not want to say that while everybody else is renouncing reopening, we're talking about we're going to open up a new hub off of campus. I didn't want to say that I think what we're doing is a joke because I didn't want to embarrass my district. But people wanted to have this discussion. Now you know how I really feel. That said, we can have a vote and people can vote however they choose. Mr. Gonzalez Hoy,
Gonzalez, oh yes.
Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
Smith Folds,
Smith Folds, yes.
Christian,
Abstain.
Leon,
Leon, yes.
Emiliano,
Emiliano, yes.
Phillips, no. It is now 11:13. We have extended our meeting to 11:15. We do not have time to do board comments. I just want to let folks know that our next meeting is on the 12th. That is a closed session meeting regarding the superintendent search. And then after that, we have a meeting on the 13th as well. The meetings both start at 8 a.m. There will be an opportunity for people to give public comment about that particular item, which is the superintendent search. That said, I am going to adjourn our meeting at 11:15. Thank you, everybody. I was trying to avoid this conversation, but it had to be had. And I'll see you all very soon, okay? You have a good night.